Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick all here.
Hello,
Good to see you all today.
Hello.
Hi.
What'd it do?
It's great. Nice. What it do? That reminds me of being a young little tyke.
What it do?
What it do?
Yeah.
Do you know about what it do, Nick?
You were saying what it do when you were a toddler?
Do you know do you know about what it do?
I think I've heard about
Poll
what it
question. Do you know about what it do?
What it do? What it is?
John, do you know about what it do?
Are you kidding me?
John, you know about what it do.
What it do?
I know sometimes it be
I
that
know
way.
nothing.
All right, now
See, that's the updated version of what it do. Sometimes it be like that. I hate
Sometimes
that
it
one.
be that way.
Sometimes it be that way. Sometimes it be like that.
all right, poll question is going up.
What it do? What up? Well, I mean,
What up, blood?
I guess the precursor to all of this is
Hello.
Wazza. John knows about Wazza.
I do. That was a
Yeah.
commercial.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Back
Thank
when the
you,
Super Bowl was only
Doritos.
known for the commercials. No, that was Budweiser.
I thought that was Doritos. Why did I think that
No.
was Doritos?
Budweiser.
Budweiser.
Budweiser had so many
Yeah.
commercials.
That was the first Budweiser commercial that I remember.
My grandpa had the cup.
Budweiser.
It was a mug or whatever, and it had like the frog on top of it, and you opened up the frog, and it did that noise.
Yeah.
Budweiser.
You said your grandma had that?
My grandpa.
Your grandpa? That's a grandpa mug. That is such a grandpa mug.
100%. Yeah.
Do you know about Budweiser?
Yes.
What were they? Lizards?
Frogs.
Frogs, right?
I thought they were lizards.
I
but
thought
you
they were
guys-
lizards.
Well, whatever it
No.
was, the thing was on top of the mug.
No, they would have had.
Budweiser.
They were lizards.
They were
Well,
lizards.
Oh wait, never mind. Oh, it says frogs.
Frog. Okay. Well,
Were they lizards or frogs? Poll
Budweiser
question.
frogs. Oh, their names were Budweiser.
Oh, that
Wow.
makes sense.
Okay, let's see.
I didn't know they had names. I just.
Yeah, Budweiser and
Budweiser.
Wow.
The mom must have hated the frog that she named
It premiered during Super Bowl 29.
What Super Bowl was that?
49ers Chargers. game.
Yeah.
Go
Again,
Chargers.
all of these great
Chargers.
commercials happen during bad Super Bowls. That's why they're part of the reason why they're remembered so well.
Did
Hey,
we talk about Super
We
Bowl
had a bad
commercials?
Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, it sucked. Did we talk about Super Bowl commercials 2 weeks ago? I don't think we mentioned a single one.
We might. No, we.
Did you?
No, I don't feel the need to have the segment, the day after the Super Bowl. And what was your favorite commercial?
Nobody cares anymore.
We could leave
None
that
of
to.
them.
I think we talked about it with Michael as part of his list.
We could leave that to the
Yeah.
FM, to the FMs.
I
on that
like the
website
Super
they
Bowl
go to.
commercials, and they just kind of sucked this year.
Yeah, they were horrible.
They were bad. I didn't notice whether they were bad or
Because
good.
I was messing
didn't
around on
really,
my phone.
Yeah, I didn't really notice them at all.
It was mostly boring. I'd say more boring than bad.
Definitely wasn't a standout.
Well, that's because they don't have Budweiser anymore.
They need Bud,
Budweiser.
Y, and Zer.
Remember a couple years ago when they killed Mr. Peanut? They need to do more things like that.
Kill things?
Kill
Yeah.
Mr. Peanut again.
Bring him back just to murder him?
They
Yeah.
killed Mr.
He's like
Peanut.
Kenny?
Yeah, I think that was.
Yeah, he fell
Eagles
off a cliff or something, didn't he?
Patriots? Something like
Or like
that.
he
I don't
was on it.
remember.
Ouch.
He was.
I thought it was an old age thing, but I don't remember exactly how he died, I guess.
I felt like it was a
It seems like a
fiery
really,
death.
It seems like a really bad idea for a commercial.
Yeah, but they,
Killing people?
the whole bit was like maybe he comes back, or like he came back as a version of Mr. Peanut, and then he ended up coming back. Like they made it a long term.
Oh, it was like a
Anybody
storyline.
like
It's
hang
like-
on.
How Duolingo just killed their owl mascot, and they said he got killed by Cybertruck. It's marketing.
Cool.
Exactly.
YouTube user says, I can't get past John's slicked back hair. Who does he think he is? Steve Lavin.
What do
This
you
is
mean?
a new look, John. The
No,
slick
no,
back.
it's not. It's the same. It's
I don't
just.
see slick
It's
back
just.
John
It's
too
just
often.
the way it's.
I,
We get enough hassle on here when
Hassle.
you're all wearing hats today, and then one of us decides not to wear a hat. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh, you look like Steve Lavin.
I would not have said
Okay.
anything about John's hair. John
I
looks
don't-
very normal.
I don't care.
I got away with not
you
wearing
seem
it
a
on
little
Friday.
like you care a little bit.
Well, I do care to the standpoint is I got into this business to be on the radio
Oh, John's
and
still
not
trying
be
to-
judged by all you morons who
Oh,
have
okay.
anonymous accounts.
Now, this is a great entry point into a conversation we were having off air about an idea for March that I think I'm getting shot down with. So, probably
what
should just
idea?
move
I didn't.
on.
I don't think you're getting shot down.
My
I just we were
bracket
having
idea.
trouble coming up with the
I didn't hear.
names.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, you did, John. You were involved in the conversation.
We literally were discussing it. My bracket idea involving our listeners.
No, he was probably
that
busy
bracket.
uploading
Sorry,
the Grum down.
sorry.
Oh, was it Grum down?
No,
By the
you're right.
referees,
Yeah,
John
I
Higgins
forgot
Fulton?
that was a bracket idea. I thought it was just a
conversation.
conversation. Yes.
D-Lo
Right.
writes,
It was
John
both.
has so many looks. Dude's a chameleon. Wow, is John the chameleon of 1620?
No,
Bud
I mean-
Weiser.
Karma
I re-
Chameleon John.
You-
You
really don't.
only wear
I-
hats. Nick only wears hats. I don't have hair. Josh only wears hats. Gary only wears hats. Matt only wears hats.
Matt's look is
Yeah.
I didn't wear a hat on Friday.
I mean, I wear hats probably 4 out of the 5 days of the week. For some reason today, I decided not to wear a hat. I don't know why.
and now it's becoming a topic.
Probably
And
'cause
now
you're
it's a
a
topic because apparently I'm
alert.
Steve Lavin.
Topic alert.
Topic.
Wow, Mike Stibbs writes, John looks hot AF.
Yeah,
Well,
John.
Stibbs has always had the hots for me.
Well, understandably so.
Hat, no hat. Clothes,
That's
no
true.
clothes.
That's true.
Stibbs
Yeah.
is just sitting in his living room watching Zone TV on TV today,
It's
all
amazing.
day.
Yeah.
Wow.
What is he doing?
What is it, President's Day for
I
Stibbs? A
don't
week
know.
late?
He's about to move. I don't know. If,
Oh, is he
I've
moving
heard
into
this.
the guest bedroom?
Nice, John. We're both moving the same weekend.
Wow.
I asked him to fill in on Friday, and he said, I can't. I'm
Kindred
moving.
spirit.
What if
I
you
hope-
guys move into the house and then you realized you both rented the same house?
Wow, that would be quite the
I hope Stibbs got the house with the sink in the bedroom, and it turns out to be the best thing he ever did.
that would be.
I
pretty
hope
good.
he finds like $10,000 cash hidden in the walls
Okay,
of that
now
house.
that would be a little triggering to me.
That would be
Well,
hilarious.
yeah, but then it would make you wonder who was living in that house ahead of time, and why is his name Guido, and why is he connected to a family in New Jersey?
Josh,
Well, if
seriously.
Guido cared about the cash, he would have taken it.
What
wouldn't
if
he?
you saw a news story that came out like next week? New renter of home with weird sink finds $10,000 in the wall.
That'd be an awesome headline. First of all, I
Yes,
would give
it
the
would.
World Herald lots of credit for that witty
Yes, it
headline.
would. Yes, it would.
I'd be a little upset. Now, would the renter get to keep that money, or would it go
Absolutely.
to the landlord?
Finders keepers,
Is that
squatters'
Is
rights.
that what the rules are?
If you found
Well-
$10,000 on a wall, would you tell anybody for the news to find out about
I
it?
Definitely
don't know.
not.
In Happer's World, it's in the World Herald.
I just needed you to know about it
Yeah.
because it doesn't do you any
Absolutely not. If I find hidden treasure like that,
Hidden treasure, 10
good.
grand.
Nobody's gonna know.
no one's
10
gonna
grand
find out.
is more than I have now. It's 10 grand more than I have now.
No, yes, I've never referred to $10,000 as hidden treasure, but
Well, if it's
Well,
in
it's
a
just
wall,
it's just a figure
hidden.
of speech,
That's
given
true.
the
That's true.
fact that it's something that was stowed away and then
Fine.
forgotten.
What if Stibbs finds 5,000 gold doubloons in there?
I don't know what that is.
What's a
Hidden
doubloon?
treasure.
Oh, okay. Is just but only worth $5,000?
No, there's 5,000. It's 5,000 gold doubloons.
What is a gold
What's
doubloon?
one
I
doubloon?
don't know what the
Brand.
price of gold is right now. I'm not
Give me
on
an
my
answer.
Patriot Supply.
All right. Well, that's a good point. Alex Olinga says Stibbs and Josh living together would be great video content. There's an alternate reality where Stibbs and I lived together in like 2018, but we both agreed probably for the best that we don't because we work together all the time.
Good
we
call.
would have despised each other.
Yeah, we would have hated that.
Yeah. So he probably would have quit the show earlier. Maybe I would
According
quit
to
the
the
show.
internet, 1 ounce of gold is currently worth $2,931.
Is one of those things an ounce? Is a little doubloon an ounce?
I've never seen a doubloon.
Okay, you're the one bringing them
Yeah,
up.
you were
For
talking
the
about
sake of
doubloons.
argument, let's say it is.
What's
I
a
don't know how big
doubloon?
it's pirate gold.
Ask how much a doubloon weighs, Nick.
Remember we saw $1 million worth of gold at that one place where Nick got the Japanese whiskey?
Oh yeah.
That's how they had all that gold because Nick kept buying Japanese whiskey.
It's true.
Dude, the gold was dusty because
It
it's
was.
just behind that wall.
Yeah.
That pissed me off a little bit.
Oh, I could tell you were
Having
a little
that
triggered.
much gold and then letting it get dusty, like you don't even care that you have that much gold stored
That's
away.
what they were saying. They're according to Kelsey, they're 6.766 grams. Nick, how many Moonlight grams are in an ounce?
Nice, Josh.
Thank you.
No idea. Not good at conversions.
I'm horrible at conversions.
1 ounce has 28.3495 grams.
Dear God,
So
that is a lot of money.
So you would need 4 of those to equal an ounce. And how many things did you have there, Nick? 5,000?
5,000. 5,000 gold doubloons.
And then how much is each one worth? You had that.
$28,000. Is that what
I
you
think it was
said?
$2,800.
It's 2,800.
$2,800. Okay.
Okay, so if you found that many, $3.5 million. Now,
Hello!
yes, I would be upset. That is treasure.
That is treasure.
That is treasure.
And it was hidden.
I would be very upset.
I would be mad if I were you too.
And again, I would wonder who was in this house before me and who's coming back to kill me.
Mhm.
I don't know if you found some gold. Like, what's the first move?
I don't know. Yeah, do you take it to the bank?
Yeah, what do you do?
No, you would not take it to a bank.
Would you take it to?
Well, you would
The
get
black
it.
market?
You would get it appraised
Where is the black market? Where do you go to get it appraised?
from a coin dealer.
Saul?
I think it's on like 100.
Your dad.
John's dad.
John's dad loves coins.
He is an appraiser.
Oh, he isn't. He is an appraiser.
He
Oh,
does
cool.
many appraisins.
And he-
I might have a bunch of coins I'd like your dad to look at for me.
I'll
What
probably
kind
be
of
this is
coins?
crap.
Pennies, nickels. Mercury
Just
dimes.
random-
Look at my pennies.
They're wheat pennies and
They're what pennies?
wheat pennies.
What the hell's a wheat penny?
They have wheat on the back
Like
and it says
waves of
1
Okay,
cent.
so like the
Oh, I
current-
know those pennies.
the penny. Yeah, it's a.
Are they worth
I believe
anything?
it.
Are they worth a doubloon?
They're not worth a lot, but depends on the condition.
I've got a
and whatnot,
silver.
but-
I've got a silver penny, John.
A silver
silver
penny?
penny.
Yeah, they minted some pennies and
When? Why?
silver.
How much
aluminum during World War
money
II
do
for
you
the
think
copper.
you have? How much? Like, what do you think all of your
like
coin
in
collection is worth?
Jeez, I don't know. Probably not much.
A 1943 silver penny on eBay is going for $350.
So I have at least $350.
It's a 1943 silver penny.
Yeah,
Now
that's
the-
when they made them because they needed the copper for the war.
Now they have somebody has to buy this though. So like,
Well,
they might just have.
But you get a
and it
praise.
depends
Oh,
on
never
the
mind, that's on
condi-
Etsy.
depends on the condition of the penny.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good condition. I got it from an old lady at a garage sale. She's like, my husband died and I'm selling his coins.
Wow.
Thanks, I'll take some.
How much did you buy it for?
I don't remember. $5.
For a penny.
$5 for a penny.
A silver penny
Wow.
from 1943.
Patrick writes, wonder why Nick knows how many grams are in an ounce.
It's not because of cocaine, if that's what you're implying.
Seems like it.
That would be illegal.
Mm.
I don't think we were implying that.
Yeah, I was thinking weed.
It's not because of weed, if that's what you're implying.
That's what we were implying.
That would be illegal.
Yeah, and goodness knows,
Federally.
none of that's happening around here.
Steve says, I think those are steel pennies, not silver.
silver
Are they
and
steel?
gold.
Yeah.
They're
I'm-
steel, but I
steel.
think they called them silver pennies.
Yeah, they didn't actually use
They-
real
no.
silver
Okay.
in the pennies.
Did your parents ever have a big jug of pennies? Like a big, like the water jugs we have out there? Like
I had friends who-
giant
I had friends
jug.
who did, but not my parents.
Crazy. You know how heavy that thing was?
Very.
I bet it
Well,
was.
it's full of pennies.
I know. Or coins. It's
Could you
just in
imagine
general.
taking that to a coin star and just...
That's what we used to do back in the day, man. We used to just dump that thing out and just pay me the money. And
$4.
Yeah. No, it was, we probably made some good money off
How much money? Yeah, how many pennies can fit into one of those jugs of water?
a big jug like that.
Like one of the jugs that we have. How many pennies?
This
can go
sounds
in
like a
one of
fun
those?
bit. We should just take one, bring it in here, and then just
Well,
plop
then we
a
have to
penny.
get a lot of pennies.
I mean, we get pennies over the course of our lives, right?
yeah, over the course of our lives. I want to fill it up today.
Josh doesn't have
I don't
money.
have 30
Yeah.
years, Nick.
He also doesn't have any cash anymore.
I have
That's
actually
true.
a $10 bill in my wallet. I tried to deposit money and it spat it out, and so I tried again and it said no.
You know what's funny? I still have a $100 bill from Vegas.
Wow, brag
Yeah.
much?
It's still in my wallet.
My wallet's
Wow.
gone.
I haven't
You're
broke
holding
it.
on to it for a rainy
I don't.
day?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with it, but it's still there.
Start
Wow.
your daughter's college fund with that $100 from Vegas.
Oh, what
I-
an idea.
Already started it with other money.
Oh, what an idea.
Virtual, more
Keep-
virtual.
Keena, how many doubloons would fit in a water jug?
Excellent question, Keena. Very good question.
Anyway, I don't know how much money would fit into those jugs, but a lot.
It's a great topic.
I had a plastic baggie full of various coins and stuff that I finally took to the coin star.
Plastic
about a
baggie,
week
huh?
ago.
What'd you get? Like $50?
63.
There you go.
But
That's
then
nice.
they take a percentage. It was like
Yes.
a $10.
Yeah, don't take it to the coin star. Take it to the bank.
Take it to the bank, yeah.
My bank won't charge you nothing. They'll just get mad at you.
Yeah, I didn't know the bank would just here's
Wow,
some
Kelsey
change.
has the answer, by the way. It's 4,782 pennies, according to Google.
dollars.
40,782.
What did I say? Yeah, 40,000, which is 400.
Can fit into a 5-gallon water jug.
And that's $4,000.
It's 400.
No, she's wrong. It's
Oh.
4,000, right?
No,
Or no, it is 40,
the
400.
well,
40,000.
according to Brainly.com,
Oh, thank you,
approximately
Brainly.
40,782
That was the
pennies can
exact
fit
number she
into a
said.
5-gallon water jug.
I guess that is.
Thus, it
only
would be
$400.
$407.82.
$800. Well, that's a good amount of dollars.
$400. It's $400 you didn't have if they were just made of pennies.
Now, what if there would have been a water jug full of pennies under the sink in that bedroom?
$400 worth of pennies.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to take them to the bank, though? Yeah. I would have signed up.
You would have bought the sink
And
house?
then they would say, "We don't want these."
Yeah. No, I
really?
wouldn't.
All it would have taken was a $400 incentive?
No, definitely not. We would have needed that off of rent every month for our entire time of living there.
A
They would have
jug
needed-
of pennies every month.
It just appears. You close the drawer,
Yeah,
then at
what
the
if the
first of the
jug
month,
of
it just
pennies
happens.
is always there? So you
no
take
matter how
the-
much you take out.
Yeah, you take out a jug,
Like
you
a
cash
Black
it in,
Mirror
and
episode.
then the next day you open the cabinet and there it
Okay,
is.
now we're talking. If I do that every day,
But now you have to take the jug to the
You have
bank,
to
and at some
physically move
point,
the jug of
the bank
pennies.
is going to say, "Sir,
this is too many pennies.
we don't need.
We
these
don't
pennies."
need this anymore.
That would really be a great test. It'd be like how, because every time you take in the jug of pennies, you respawn a jug of pennies. But the challenge is taking
To do
in
it
the
every
jug
day.
of pennies every
Yeah.
day, every second. You can take as many jugs of pennies as you want. It just respawns.
every
Well,
time.
let's just say it respawns at midnight. Make it easier.
I would
Okay.
not. I would go to turn in the jug of pennies every day, but to go multiple times a day, that's
could-
where the challenge would be.
You could probably get away with it if you hit up different banks. There's a lot of banks in this
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about me physically getting up and taking the jug of
Oh.
pennies.
So if
to
you
the
did
store.
that and I just did $400 instead of whatever it was, $407, $400 every day of the week, every week of the year is $145,000.
Yeah, I'd probably miss some days.
Definitely you're going on vacation.
Yeah.
I'd do that. It'd be like a huge raise.
How many
Yeah.
banks are in the city of Omaha? Because is there enough banks where you could just hit up a different bank
Well,
every single day
to-
and then nobody would be suspicious or mad?
No, I mean, not that.
Why are you so
many
worried about
banks.
the banks?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but at
because
some
the
point
banks
there
are
would be,
gonna
hey,
question
there's this
you.
guy that keeps coming in, and they'll talk, and then eventually you get on the news,
That's true.
But eventually-
Guy with penny
and then
respawn.
Guido, who has the magic pennies and is connected to the family in New Jersey, will come find
If
you.
you're not careful, the feds will get involved because they think you're money laundering.
How many
That's true.
pounds is the jug of pennies?
Oh, that's a good question.
I'm
Ooh.
worried about the physical nature of me moving the jug of pennies.
How much does $400 worth of pennies weigh? Good question.
Plus one jug?
I don't think the jug itself adds that much weight.
No, it doesn't. But a little-
238 pounds.
Holy crap! You would need
wow,
a.
friends.
It's a good workout.
Yeah.
You need a dolly.
Yeah, just get a dolly.
Just get a dolly.
Just get a dolly.
Well, there
you
went
can
the,
afford it, penny boy.
and there went the first day worth of pennies. To get a good dolly, it's a couple
That's
$100.
true.
That'll take you a day.
Wow.
A good dolly.
$400.
How much
And you
time
got to
would
spend
this-
the money to get the dolly. Yeah.
So like today I left early because I was like, you know what? It's finally time to wash my car. I was like, I'm gonna leave early. I'm gonna have plenty of time. I was at the car wash for almost a half hour.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, but I got here on time.
I'm
So
gonna
how
just
much
wash
time
them.
do I have to work into my penny day?
I'm going to try to wash my car tonight.
Oh, plus the bank is not always open. Rats, it's not going to be as $145,000.
I'm telling you, man. I don't even know if you'd be able to do this like half of the time.
You don't think so?
Think about the time because if you're driving all over town to get to all these different banks.
Where Aaron Papillion points out, many of them you have to be a member of the bank. Yeah, to get it.
Oh, yeah.
like straight
Oh,
cash.
that's
only.
annoying.
Yeah.
It's about what you prioritize, I guess. At the end of the day,
Just go to the Coinstar, I guess.
then we're losing what percent off the
I don't
top?
remember
Is
the
it percent or
was.
is it just straight dollar?
It was a percentage.
Oh.
Because I had
It was $10 for $60.
yeah.
Whoa.
That's almost 20%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Whoa,
Yeah, that's too much.
that's several $1,000s.
But I mean,
There's
you're
$80
getting
a
this
deal.
every day, so at this point, I don't know if it really matters that much. Like you're still making money. These pennies are just appearing out of thin air for you.
yeah, you still got to physically take the jug of pennies
But
to the
at
store.
last, but then the Coinstar will say, "Yeah, this is too much. I can't do this anymore."
You'll break the Coinstar.
Then you're screwed. And then
Well-
these pennies just keep accumulating in your house, and pretty soon you're like buried under them.
I guess it's good that I don't have this problem.
You don't have the magic penny sink.
So
Stibbs, it's all yours now.
they have
Congrats.
the
Enjoy
like
your
the
new
Olive
home.
Garden never-ending pasta pass.
Yeah.
Never-ending pasta pass. You just go to Olive Garden anytime you want and you get pasta.
Yeah.
Guess how many times you probably use that in a month?
Once.
Once.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. It's the stupidest thing.
I did one of the movie theater ones a couple summers ago, and it was kind of like a chore to be like, well, I got to go to the movie to make
Yeah.
sure I'm taking advantage of this great
Or like
deal.
you can win McDonald's every day for a year. It's like, I don't want McDonald's every day for a year,
No.
first of all. And I'd probably only get it at the max like 3 or 4 times a month.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know, that's not McDonald's for a year. You're not really
So
getting the bang
they
for
actually
your buck.
have a pasta pass.
I had never heard
Yeah.
of this, Johnny, either.
Never-ending pasta pass.
It's not going on right now. It returns in September.
I do like pasta.
Oh, so this is like a seasonal thing.
I guess so.
but-
yeah, it comes back
Oh,
around
oh.
that time of year every year.
How much
But
is
is it good for the whole year?
or is this
It's
just
good
a
for
I
pasta?
think
like
it's
8
a-
weeks.
Yeah, it's a small period of time.
It's just like a couple month pasta service.
Well, I suppose,
Subscription
Josh, if you're
service.
Pretty much,
carb
yeah.
loading, it might be.
Oh, poll question: would you subscribe to pasta?
I love pasta.
I would subscribe to
I
pasta.
would subscribe.
and
to
I don't
pasta.
hate Olive Garden.
I would
Olive
too.
Garden's
I
pretty
would
okay.
too. But I mean,
You got to go to Olive Garden.
Yeah,
You
and
get to
then
go
you're
to Olive
buying a
Garden.
drink and then probably getting a salad or whatever, and you end up spending some money anyway. Then you got to tip the server.
I think it's pasta and salad and breadsticks.
Oh,
I'm
man. And
pretty
I
sure.
can drink water, but I would tip the server because I'm a good, decent human being.
Yeah, but how do you know what to tip the server when there's no when
I would
you haven't
honestly
spent
look
any
at the
money?
regular price of all of that
He'll
stuff,
just
and I
tip-
would tip
Just say it's all
25%
20
off of that.
bucks.
He'll just tip the server a water jug full of pennies.
Yeah, here you go. This is $400.
Actually, you know what? That's what I would do. I'd be the best tipper anywhere, but here's your 200 pounds of pennies. Enjoy.
Be a tough look.
But
There's this guy who comes in with some hair. It's all different every day. And he just starts pouring pennies on
Pouring
the table.
pennies, man. It's all about pouring the pennies.
okay, here we go. YouTube user per Google Pasta Pass $100, and it's good for 9 weeks. A lifetime Pasta Pass is $500. John, think about that. A lifetime.
Okay, a
Pasta Pass.
lifetime one might not be a bad investment.
$500 for that?
Yeah, but so can you use it whenever?
Well, you
Yeah.
could or is it only in that 9-week window?
No, I think it. Oh, here we go. Lifetime access to unlimited servings of your favorite pastas, sauces, and toppings. Unlimited serving of soup or salad and breadsticks. Please note, your Pasta Pass cannot be redeemed for to go, but you can dine in at the restaurant as often as you want.
Anytime.
My God.
And there's no maximum.
Nope.
I'm in on this Pasta Pass. That sounds like a good investment.
It's a
Because
great deal.
the price of pasta is just going to go up over the next 5 years, but you pay for this right now.
Can I change the name on my Pasta Pass? Like passing it down from generation to generation? No.
Oh,
Period.
you're on
That's
your
it.
deathbed, son.
So these aren't
I
like
gave away all
Husker
my
season
pennies, but I
tickets.
want you to have
They're
this
not
Pasta
like,
Pass.
oh, what happens if my card is lost or stolen? You can call a concierge.
I like the idea of having a
They
physical
have a
card.
concierge.
Contact your
at the
lifetime
Olive
Pasta
Garden.
Pass
Hello, this is Olive
concierge.
Garden concierge.
Oh man, Nick, $500. Are you going to consider this?
$500. I mean, it's a
That's
pretty
a
good
jug full of
investment.
pennies.
That's a
You
good
only have to
investment.
go over the rest of your life. You only have to go to Olive Garden like, I don't know, what, 10, 15 more times?
Yeah,
I
but
think that'll
think
pay
about
itself
it.
off pretty quick.
Will it? Because you're usually going with your wife or your family, and so they're eating.
I can go to Olive Garden by myself.
So I understand, but a lot of people, if they you're going to go to Olive Garden by yourself that many times.
Would you go to Olive Garden by yourself 20 more times in your life from right now? Because that's what you're probably going to have to do to make your $500 back.
Oh, my girlfriend does like Olive Garden too.
No,
though. So
just
it'll
you.
just me. I mean,
And
yeah.
remember,
Because remember,
it's
she has
still-
to pay.
It's still costing you.
Maybe they both get one so then they can go there together forever.
But then you're paying extra money on top of.
that does double the situation.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
I think I still would. I think I could do this.
I went to Olive Garden by myself once, and that was it.
I've never been there solo.
0 more times.
I
Whole
would-
question.
I've never
I
been
needed
to
to
Olive-
really
I would
waste
give-
some time.
I would get bored.
I've been to
I'd be
Outback
like,
by
I
myself.
can't do this.
Well, you can play the little games on the screen.
Good. You have to pay for those.
They give
Wait.
you, like the screen. They give you like your bill comes from the screen,
Yeah.
and
There's
there's little
games.
games on there.
Yeah.
But
To
then
entertain the children.
The server needs Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, there's the
Yes.
screen on the table.
It's a little
Yeah.
tablet.
Yeah,
deal.
okay. I thought you thought about the one that they hand you.
Kelsey says if you go once per week for a year, it's less than $10 a meal.
I'm considering the Pasta Pass now.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
nobody's going to Olive Garden once per week for a year. That's absurd.
Unless they have
Now,
a Pasta Pass.
That's
YouTube user said-
50 times a year.
But that's
52.
a guaranteed meal once a week at least.
YouTube user says Nick should do this for the bit. I mean, we do have this YouTube channel.
Mhm.
There,
can
I mean,
monetize it.
this could be incredible content.
I ate
Nick
pasta every
eating-
day for a month.
Yeah, it's like Super Size Me, but
Okay.
for Olive Garden.
Do you remember the whole when he ate cantaloupe for a whole weekend and he claimed he
this is-
almost died?
This is pasta, though, John. It's carb.
well, that was
loading.
cantaloupe. Cantaloupe could.
It was mostly water. That was not sustainable.
Yeah,
that was a bad. that was a
this
bad
you
move.
can absolutely sustain your whole life on it. Plus, there's bread and salad.
Oh yeah.
It's covering a lot of the food groups.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking of Nick, and
You
he,
can get like a fruit salad.
There is no way that you would physically be able to go to Olive Garden 50 times in a year. You couldn't do it.
I live very near an Olive.
You would
Oh,
never
man.
do
See,
it.
now-
I could just do that.
Now we should do this, and you can try to prove Happer wrong.
Mm.
It's a great idea.
Who wants to invest in the Pasta Pass?
Well,
You would really enjoy yourself for 3 to 4 weeks, and then you would hate it.
yeah, I think you would, because I bet it's probably just. It's not like spaghetti and meatballs. This is just a bowl of pasta.
No, that's not true.
No,
What
there's
is it?
specific kinds of pasta.
Yeah, it's
that come-
probably.
Well, what's
I
it-
assume
All
it's
right,
the
here.
build your own
It has
pasta.
okay.
stuff.
So here we go. So he could have rigatoni, spaghetti, angel hair, gluten-free rotini or fettuccine.
Yep.
He can have Alfredo, traditional marinara, 5-cheese marinara, traditional meat sauce, creamy mushroom, and then he could add meatballs, Italian sausage, or crispy.
Is there an
chicken
Alfredo?
fritta.
There is.
Can you?
This is just
But
the build
can
your
you
own
add?
pasta menu.
Can you
That's
add
all
the
this is.
Yeah,
protein?
It's chicken Alfredo?
This is the never-ending. That's the
Yeah.
so those are the things that he can.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I mean, that's right there alone. You've got like 50 different variations, right?
Yeah.
So there
Yeah.
you go. Nick can do this. 50 different. That's
I can
once a week.
absolutely do that.
Well, it looks like the challenge is on.
Now we got to run it by our bosses.
Nick could definitely do
Put
that.
it on the 1620 The Zone credit card. This
Oh,
would be
why
great
should-
content.
Why should Nick get this for free?
Video because he's going there with his phone.
Because
he's going to record it.
there's like,
John,
if
you
you're
know-
invested, if you're invested in it,
me, Nick Grimm.
if you're invested in it,
I
though,
don't hold it that way.
Oh,
You
my
get it
bad.
horizontal.
Oh.
I'm
I just
professional.
don't know that for the bit that if Nick is not invested in it, then
Oh, you're saying if we spent the money that he wouldn't do it as much?
yeah, I think there's more motivation if you actually spend your money because then you're like determined to do it. But if
Interesting.
someone else has bought the pasta pass for you,
easy to
then
give
you
up.
can like,
Mhm.
yeah, you can slough off for a month or two
Interesting.
because
point.
that investment's not there.
Nick,
you don't have
there
the
you go.
investment.
So the terms of,
$500.
the terms of this hypothetical bit, is it every day or just once a week?
It's
Well,
getting
it's how
to
I'll-
50 in a year.
Just getting to
Well-
50 in a year? Okay.
I mean, I don't even know if we set a number to it. We just see what you would actually do.
I guess that's true too.
I mean,
mean,
initially,
if
my
you-
initial thought is I just once a week. That would be great.
I don't
I
think
mean,
you
you
would
could
get
set
to
a goal.
I don't
Babe,
think you-
wake up, it's Olive Garden night.
I don't
Yeah,
think
exactly.
you'd
This would
go
be good for What's for Dinner. Brought to you by Olive Garden. They could sponsor the segment.
Oh, maybe they could.
Brought
make
to you
it-
by the Lifetime Pasta Pass at Olive Garden.
So the ultimate goal is for Nick to go to Olive Garden 50 times in 1 year.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think that if he is to endure this challenge, he would go to Olive Garden less than 25
we would have to
times.
definitely set an over/under.
Yes.
Mm.
Definitely have to set one.
Yeah, because you got to factor in the days, Nick, where you're busy.
Which is all of them.
Oh
Olive
yeah,
Garden's
the
open
baton.
kind of late.
You'd
though.
hold that baton
Oh,
high in the air.
Probably no later than
I was gonna have Olive Garden,
10
but
o'clock
I have
on
to
weekdays.
edit a video down to 20 minutes again.
I can usually get out of here. Most of the time, I can get out of here by 7:30.
Okay, well they're definitely open after 7:30.
I can scoot to Olive Garden the second I'm out of here.
okay.
There's one right down the street.
I was gonna say there's one on Dodge.
Okay.
They are open every night until 10
9?
o'clock, except on Saturdays it's 11.
Oh,
Whoa,
perfect.
Olive Garden's up till 10? That's awesome.
Yep. So Nick, plenty of time. You could hold your martyr baton
Lot of-
high and still eat.
I'm
a lot
considering
of
the
sad
pasta
people
pass.
carb loading at 9:45 at night.
Yeah,
Are people showing up at 9:15 to get pasta?
Now,
They're spending $500. They
Are-
got to get their fill.
are we confirming that this is throughout the whole year and not just during that 9-week period?
There was a question on this that says, what about, let me find it. It was like, what about the overlap between this and the, let's see. Okay. Where was it at? Okay. Yeah. Will the lifetime pass offering be the same as it was for the 7 weeks Never Ending Possible? Yes. Lifetime pass has access to the Never Ending Possible menu, blah, blah, blah. But there was I can't find it now, but there was a question of, can I do this at the same time as the regular? And it said yes. So you would be totally fine, Nick. This is lifetime. This is all the time forever. It's $500
$500 for as much pasta as you want.
as
is
long as you live.
such a deal.
You better not get hit by a bus tomorrow.
I hope I don't.
Man, that would suck.
is great.
Honk, honk.
The non-transferable pasta pass.
Exactly. You can't even put it in your will.
Do you suppose, in the underground world of Italian Applebee's, that there's like a special forces whose job it is to identify which of the people are abusing the pasta pass, the lifetime pasta pass.
Like a CIA?
And it's their job to, kind of nudge them off to the
It's
side.
like Final Destination, but for pasta.
Oh,
Just kind of, yeah.
not pasta destination.
Maybe, and maybe not
Olive Garden
in
deep
like the
state.
most heinous way, but maybe
Hey.
somehow, give them celiac so that they're only then
Well,
they
have-
can only eat in the gluten-free kind.
Oh, bummer.
Well, I'm already trained for this.
Thus it really lessens the desire to want to engage in the pasta.
Yeah,
pass
they
on
got to be
weekly
doing the
So-
math on that for sure.
My grandmother had celiacs, So I grew up eating gluten-free, a lot of gluten-free
So you're totally
things.
fine with
I'm
the-
good. There's a lot of good gluten-free.
You'd be
food.
the perfect guy
Well,
for the
yeah, but it's
deep
their
states of murder.
gluten-free. It's not the gluten-free. I mean, this is the only gluten-free that would be available.
I think I was born for the pasta pass. It might be my birthright.
You were
Well,
molded
and
by
I'm
it.
not saying that necessarily the Italian Applebee's CIA is coming for you per se, but I'm just wondering if there is.
Oh, they will be
like
coming
that
for me when they realize how.
underground-
Jeez, John, are you one of them?
Yes, I am.
He's already coming for you.
It's fine. Nothing's
It's just
there.
There's nothing there.
Yep.
It's just water. I don't know. I just think that, the shareholders of Italian Applebee's might be interested. Hey, it's like we're losing money on this.
Well, if they
pasta
find
place.
out that you're trying to game the system, then and we'll have this to submit to them, this audio file.
Do twins who get the lifetime pasta pass, do they try to fool
Excellent
Great
question.
question. They
that
take
is
your
a
ID.
good question.
twin
It's
number
me, Bob.
twin
just-
number 1 goes on a Tuesday and
They-
twin number 2 goes on a Friday?
They just
And
parent trap the
yeah.
Olive Garden.
My name
mean-
is John Bishop.
You can tell by the way I look.
Look at my hair. Your hair's always different. No, I see. John would get in trouble. They'd be like, "You're a different guy. Your hair's different today."
Your picture
So,
does
no,
have.
this is me.
Yeah.
Ooh, do you think so? In
I'm
my
out
license,
on the pasta pass.
in my driver's license, I still have my beard. I famously do not have the beard right now. So in the pasta pass, if I have a beard,
Yeah.
but I have the mustache, do you think they'd deny me?
No, you
Not the
probably
same
have to,
person.
You probably have to take a picture once a year. This is again a lifetime pass, so you're going to age with this thing.
It's true.
Hopefully gracefully.
Definitely. With all that pasta.
Maybe Olive Garden will like what I do, and then I become the new face of Olive Garden.
Chance writes, the CIA killed Macaroni Luther King.
Dear God. I do like the idea, John, that there's this pasta CIA.
I think there is. I mean, they're looking out. There is an article. I have it here. I will send it to you, Nick, so you
Okay.
can read it at your leisure. It is entitled, this is from 5-6 years ago now. I've had an Olive Garden pasta pass 5 years in a row. Here are my true confessions and my top dining tips.
Oh my God.
So I think this person has bought the seasonal one,
Not the lifetime.
not the
You
lifetime
save
one.
You save money by buying the lifetime one, I think,
Yeah.
over the seasonal.
I will send it, and you can read again at your leisure to see, just how you might be able to make this work. That is, if you can avoid the Italian Applebee's CIA, or as they like to call it, La Cosa Nostra.
Nice. Nick, I hope you do this, man. This
Yeah.
could be
I believe in you.
a wonderful event for the entire radio station.
This could be fun.
As we move into our next 25 years, this is how they'll remember them.
Because 25 years from now, Nick will still be on the lifetime pasta pass.
Exactly.
That's
In the
right.
first 25 years, we had great radio hosts and announcers, and now we have a guy who eats pasta. 1620 the zone.
Nice.
Moving forward. Jordan says they got John Penady. No.
Nice.
Yeah, let's just turn a bunch of presidential assassinations into Olive Garden jokes, Nick.
Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, huh? Well, Chance is still probably here.
I mean, it's a bit
Just
of a
make sure.
stretch on
Just
Kennedy.
make sure when you go to the Olive
Panady?
Garden, don't sit in John Wilkes's booth.
Nice.
Good one.
It's in the pre-Olive Garden era and the post-Olive Garden era.
That's what we are here at 1620 the zone.
Uh-huh.
When you're ready to order, show your lifetime pasta pass and photo ID to your server.
There you go.
Don't worry.
You're
got
either,
I'm telling you, the twins could make this work.
you would need your twins' ID.
Sure, but that's not easy. That's not
So,
hard.
I keep seeing
Especially if the
things-
twins they live together or something, or or they have each other. They have access to their ID.
You stop by your twins' house, and then you stop by the Olive Garden, then you go back to the twins' house, then you go home.
But what if they live in let's say they live in a duplex?
Oh, the twins are neighbors.
Yes.
Okay. That makes it easier,
I mean,
certainly.
These are the types of twins that have obviously plot these things out well in advance. So I'm guessing that their living arrangements are.
That's true. They're
pretty
probably
convenient.
like extreme couponers, too.
Oh yeah.
There has to be a set of twins that have done this around the country. There has to.
Yeah. I mean, have you ever seen that show, Extreme Couponers?
No.
Those people are insane.
I would bet.
I used to be a couponer way back when.
You?
Well, when I was in college.
You couponed?
I guess that makes sense.
I mean,
Extreme or like just you
I
like
just use the
coupons?
coupons a lot.
I like the coupons.
Yeah, so what does an
Couponer.
extreme couponer do?
The extreme couponers don't spend money at all.
Oh.
Like when they go to the store, they get a whole haul of things and it costs like 4 cents.
I want to be one of these people, but then I'd have to.
But they
cut
get
out
a whole bunch of
coupons.
crap they don't need, but then they use it and the stuff like they basically live for free, but it's a impossible task because they're miserable.
That's like finding a thing full of pennies.
basically
Under
Wow.
your sink.
I'd rather go about it that way.
Yeah.
Stibbs says Papa Tim, that's his dad, loves coupons. Wow, I didn't realize Stibbs' dad was a coupon guy.
I mean, I would go and buy the Sunday paper,
at big
with a coupon?
guy.
but not with a coupon. But even if, it was worth it just for the coupons.
Oh, okay. I got it.
I don't see
Where they used to have the
to buy this
coupon
pasta
dispenser
pass.
at the store.
I'm guessing,
Oh,
Nick,
yeah.
you have to
Those
buy it
are
in
great.
person.
Mm.
I'm because I was looking for it as well. I think you have to go in person to buy it.
I think they only make it available to like, I think you have to win a lottery for it to be available to you.
Oh, is that okay? Because there
I
was
believe
a,
that's I think,
Oh, you can't
Oh.
just buy it on your own?
Okay, so yeah, Cody says you have to win a drawing to buy Lifetime.
Oh.
What? That's stupid.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
bull.
Oh, so it's like a lottery, but you got to pay for
it's
it.
like a ticket lottery for the playoffs. Like, okay.
Wow.
Oh, well, that's a.
It's like you won the lottery, but
Damn it.
you also have to now spend $1,000. Okay.
Man, between that and the Olive Garden CIA,
It's gonna be difficult.
see, the house always wins, Nick.
Mm.
That's right.
The house always wins.
Oh yeah, so I found a thing. Now
But
this is six.
when you're there, your family.
I knew it was too good to be true.
I found a thing from 6 years ago, and apparently it sold out in minutes the first time that they did this. There's
So
a
do they-
code. There's like a code that you have to use online.
Is
Oh,
it-
so
is
it's an
the code
online thing. It's a
rigatoni?
national thing.
Mm.
So it's 500 people in the whole country. It's not like 500 people per store, per state. Per...
Oh, I don't know about that.
wow.
I don't know how many passes they have.
Well, that's a bummer. All right, Nick. Well, it would have been great content.
I was really excited.
Maybe you'll win the lottery
I was really
and then spend $500.
Maybe you'll find pennies.
Chance, James Garfield was assassinated, and guess who liked lasagna?
Nice. Great reference.
Killed by the cat.
Uh-huh. Great reference.
I did not expect that the Olive Garden Lifetime Pasta Pass was going to take over today's crossover.
Look
I'm
at
gonna
us.
Say it.
This is the example of how this segment just continues to do it every time because
Happy New Year.
Because why, John?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Because there's always a chance for it.
yep, you never know when you'll be here on the day where we said Happy New Year.
Today's one of those days.
And then you get to relive it again sometime
Yeah.
in December.
I didn't have high expectations. I'm usually able to judge how this is going to go based off of your guys' responses to how are you doing today.
Oh,
Today, I was like, ugh,
Because of John's hair
We're gonna-
situation.
we're just going to struggle. Well, we found it. Found a way.
we,
we
did.
went from a jug of pennies and doubloons to
Life-
Olive Garden.
Life finds a way.
Doesn't it though?
Yeah.
The Olive Garden pass doesn't though.
Hodson, the math stuff at the start was pretty rough, though. We were just trying to figure out. Well, that's because Nick kept talking about blues.
No, the
or-
pennies. We talked about the recurring pennies.
Because you didn't think $10,000 was good enough to be called treasure, so I'm like, fine, doubloons then.
I actually
Mr. Pirate.
thought the respawning pennies theory was really good.
I liked it.
I really liked that.
I liked
kid.
it. Screw you, Hodson.
All
Go
because
put together a schedule again, bro.
all because Josh didn't want that house and Stibbs got it instead.
That's true. I
Exactly.
don't know where
Congrats on the
Stibbs
penny
is moving.
sink.
I need to ask him. Maybe we'll be neighbors.
In
Is he going to
your
be
same
like a
house.
voter in Illinois? I didn't think dead people could own houses.
That's a great point. It's a great point.
All right, the Grum starts next. 16:20 the zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Just keep winning, man. We're just a bunch of stone cold winners. Look at
All you
this.
do is win, win, win.
All we do is win. Watching some baseball today. Hey, and it's Nicky Lopez got a hit.
Bro.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
You know, that is a thing. At least I'm guessing it's still a thing. But, you know, when TV, you know, the local baseball broadcasts would do a pregame show and they have a guest on, they'd always say, and guests on the leadoff man receive a great watch from, you know, some jewelers, official jeweler of the Chicago Cubs. And I'm like, what happens if like Andre Dawson's on like 5 times a year on the leadoff man? Has he got like 5 watches?
Oh, good question.
All that
he
stuff?
Gets a watch and then an unlimited pasta pass. And then they figure they're
Wait,
good.
see, that was my idea. My idea is this: if you know, one of these, you know, regional baseball networks like the Padres, we're watching the Padres broadcast. If they wanted to like say, and guests on the Padres pregame show get lifetime pasta pass from Olive Garden.
Hell yeah.
So the Rockies,
Be kind of cool.
one of the Rockies' main radio sponsors is Louisiana hot sauce for some reason. I always hear that. The official hot sauce of the Colorado Rockies.
That's weird. I mean, that's in Louisiana.
Right. I always thought that was weird too, but I'd take a lifetime supply of Louisiana hot sauce.
I'm a Frank's guy now.
I mean, I'm a
Well,
Cholula
Frank's is
guy.
good, but yeah, Louisiana's good.
I just don't have it very much anymore.
I'm a
Yeah,
Cholula
but if
It's
you
like
had
an
a lifetime
aftertaste of-
supply, you
Oh,
would
yeah,
you would no longer
Yeah.
need the Franks.
That's true. That's true.
You might miss the Franks. You know, that
Lifetime hot sauce?
is an idea for a taste test.
Hot sauce?
hot sauce. Oh, I can bring in my favorite.
Frank's
hot
versus
sauce.
Louisiana?
Well, just we can bring in.
Now, I'll get Frank's versus Louisiana right. I
mean,
promise
but you bring
this.
in the Franks,
I
you
don't
bring
think
in
it's-
Louisiana, you bring in the
Red Devil?
Red Devil, Tapatio,
Cholula.
Cholula,
What's the one that Michael likes? Crystal.
Crystal.
Crystal hot sauce?
The
Well,
one
we
from-
probably want to do the ones that are always available here.
That's true.
I mean, I got no offense. I mean, Crystal's good,
That's true.
but either way, that'd be a good one.
That would be fun.
Now, what would you put? Would you like put it on a cracker or something like a saltine?
I don't know. Maybe some chicken wings 2 Mondays from now. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, why do you keep picking that day when I'm going to be gone?
I thought you were going to be here on that Monday, the 10th.
Oh, that's right. It's a Monday.
that's why I
keep thinking it's
picked
a
it.
Friday.
Yeah, that's why I
Sorry.
picked it.
I was thinking it was a
It was like
Friday.
John. I was like, I want all of us to be here.
Oh,
John will
see,
be here.
I also
That's-
thought John was gone that day. I thought you were just being mean.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was thinking Friday. For
John's
some
leaving
reason.
the next day.
I was thinking Friday.
John will be gone on March 11th, which is my brother's birthday.
Oh,
That's how I'm remembering that John will be gone.
I'm glad to know
My
that I
brother's
am the
birthday's the
impetus for knowing what day your brother was born.
No, it's not that, John. I'm remembering his birthday, but then I'm remembering that you won't be here.
Mm.
You'll be leaving us because you'll be going to New York City, your favorite city in the whole wide world.
Yeah.
City of Lights.
The
Big
city
Apple.
of the city of people,
Yeah.
honking horns, honk honk.
It's the
City of
It's
Subways.
the damn smell, man.
The smells, the sights.
I mean, it.
You try to look at the sky, no matter how nice it is outside, there's
Can't
still kind of
tell.
a weird tint.
Think about it, John. People would
Well-
spend hundreds of dollars to be in your exact seat, and they're paying you to be there. What a life you live!
Oh no, I have no problem with being at the games.
It's like getting unlimited
I got no
pasta.
problem being
John
at the
has to get
games.
paid
It's
to
just
go to New York
it's the
City.
whole going to New York. Once you've been there a couple of times,
Wow, look at
you're
your
good.
life.
I was
You're
in New
good.
York City once. And
Oh yeah,
it was
you
fun.
hated it.
I hated
But
it.
you were like 12.
I still hated it.
Yeah, but if you went there
You
today,
should love New York City as a 12-year-old.
no, not as much as an.
Uh,
It'd be like if you went to Vegas as a 12-year-old. That's not fun.
Well, I intentionally, because I could have gone to Vegas when I was like younger.
Yeah.
And I'm like, nah. I
Well,
don't
go to
wanna
New
do
York,
that.
travel with Sean. He can be your lackey.
John, can I be your PA?
no.
Oh.
He can help you out with your audio equipment.
You said no so fast. You
I
didn't even
don't
think
need
about
your
it.
help. I can do it myself.
But John,
Fascinating.
we can hang out.
Then
we
I
can
gotta
bond.
entertain him.
We
Then
can
then
bond.
it's about being in New York and having to entertain Nick.
That's true.
You don't have to entertain me, John.
Every time we pass a Sbarro, he's gonna say, "Oh, look at that! That's the best New York pizza."
You would do
Well,
that.
the best pizza in New York is Zio's. The
Nice.
commercial even said so.
Great reference, Nick. Excellent reference. I love that commercial. I miss that commercial. Bring it back,
I
Zios.
don't remember that one.
It was a guy, they were in New York City, and he's like, hey, take me to the best New York slice. And then they put him in the cab. He's like, drive him to Omaha. And it was Zio's Pizza.
I
serious.
missed that
And then
one.
the guy was just held captive.
See, this
in
is
the
what
back of the
sucks when you're
taxi.
in Lincoln. You don't get to
2
see the
days.
Omaha TV anymore.
Oh,
I'm
man. I'll see if it's on YouTube.
It's disgusting.
Oh, it's so funny.
Disgusting.
Try
Can't
the
believe this.
chicken pesto.
Get to see everything about Hastings and Grand Island, but I never get to see anything about Omaha.
Oh, I found it, John.
My
I'll
dad-
show it to you
We'll
during the
watch-
commercial
We'll watch
break.
it during the break.
My dad got rid of the satellite when I was fairly young, and we just had network TV. But our antenna on top of the house wasn't bolted down, so if the wind blew wrong, sometimes we'd get Des Moines channels, sometimes we'd get Omaha channels. I got the best of both. Sioux City sometimes too. If it was pointing the right way.
Oh, Sioux City.
I got to see a lot of fun, bad local commercials.
Well, the Grum Down is brought to you by the Rooferees at John
Oh.
Higgins Weather
It's
Guard.
like
What,
he,
Nick?
he started it, then he tried, and then he just gave up and did bullet points.
No, look,
That's
look.
funny.
Okay, look at what it is.
Creighton,
See, I
Omaha, Nebraska.
Yeah.
if I would have put just one team on there, it would have
Oh,
looked
that-
a little odd.
But funny.
There's a CU logo next to the Mavericks. Get at least a share, or Huskers face the Wolverines.
But you added a bonus Creighton logo over there and a bonus
Well, but-
Creighton picture.
But that
It's almost as if John's a Creighton honk.
Creighton pilled.
well, no, it
You're
was
wearing
just
a
there's
Creighton
always
shirt too.
I can't put all the logos in the corner.
That's true. You could have put Mitch's face, Troy Dan. You could put yogurt. You could have put Michael Severe's face.
Why would I put?
You
I
could have
don't
put
wanna
like
do
a
that.
chart. You could have put Matt Stafford, and you could have put measles.
You could have put sad LSU baseball players. We lost.
You could have done
Omaha.
all of that. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Look at all
but-
the things you could have done.
But instead, I put Ryan Kalkbrenner
Mhm.
blocking Micah Peavy,
You definitely did that.
which he did many times.
Mhm.
Many times.
Yeah, how many times was it? 3 times?
He blocked him individually 3 times. Actually, it would have been 4 had it not been for the offensive foul that Peavy was called on the play when Kalkbrenner blocked the shot.
I never.
Thus, the Hoyas got Kalk blocked.
Nice. I never see Creighton
Excellent.
use that word mark.
It's new. They did it yesterday.
Yes, it was Alumni Day, and so they had
I didn't see it yesterday.
they used that throwback logo, and they had new uniforms.
It's
I
really
thought the
good.
uniforms were sweet.
They were
I like
very
that
sweet.
a lot.
Yeah, they look good.
They were very sweet. They looked really good.
Mm-hmm.
The Mavericks get at least a share.
Nice. Now it's about.
The Huskers face the Wolverines.
I don't get that part.
Well, it's because one of their best players is named Wolf.
Oh, we all knew that.
Wolverine.
Funny joke.
Well, I'm sure the basketball pilled folks who are familiar with Michigan were laughing.
I've never watched Michigan play this year. This will be my first time. I'm excited.
I
to see
watched them on Friday. They lost.
I did have that game on for 2 seconds now that you mention it before I watched Andor.
They lost
Nice.
to Tom Rizzo.
I know I didn't get the predictions point. Rats.
No, you didn't.
But I did on Nebraska baseball. And I
Yeah.
correctly called them going 1-2 because I'm a hater. But I was right. Nick went
I
with
got
the
it
over.
too.
Yeah, but you said one of the games was going to get canceled.
See, it's called hedging.
Nice.
It's called being
Nice.
able to, correctly pick it without sounding like a evil hater.
I did expect.
Josh has been
more
really
out
harsh
of
on Nebraska lately. I mean, he's
Have
out
I?
on the baseball team. I think Troy Dannon, you think Mr. Yogurt is spoiled?
Dannon.
It is interesting though that both Texas A&M, sorry Josh,
No, that wasn't what that was about. But what? What's
Texas
interesting?
A&M,
What about
and LSU both lost to lesser schools, and yet Nebraska's the one that's not ranked anymore.
Well, they beat Vanderbilt. That was pretty cool.
I mean, it's baseball. I mean, the Dodgers are going to lose this year to, they might
What
actually
a
lose a
ringing
game
endorsement
to
of
the
your
Rockies.
sport. It's baseball.
Well, it is. They play 162 games in the pros. They play 56 in the
I
college
love football.
ranks.
I would never say that about football.
there seems like
Well,
it's,
guess what?
it's
Now in football, you
football.
can lose like 5 times and now get in the playoffs if you finish in the top 4 in the Big Ten.
John, I am learning more and more by the day that no one is reading any of the reporting that is happening. When they announce the new playoff format, people are going to be flabbergasted It's going to blow their minds.
Well, you won't if you've been listening to this Grum.
Listen to the Grum.
Because we've been warning you about it.
We entertain and we give you facts.
We're the boys who cried wolf, but the wolf actually showed.
And he plays
the
for
Wolverines.
Yeah, he plays for
And he plays for Michigan.
Nice.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along.
Nice.
Troy Dannon says, I'm not seeing it.
Nice. Good job, Nick.
Thank you.
It's Michael Severe Mondays.
He's a regular guest now on Mondays, by the way, for those who don't know.
We all knew that.
The reason why it's called Michael Severe Mondays.
Yeah.
We all knew that.
Yep, we definitely did. There was no DM sent about it today.
Nope.
None.
I'm surprised that Josh wasn't the one that alerted me to the new returning production charts are here.
Okay, I haven't even seen this.
The returning production charts are here.
From Bill Connolly?
Uh-huh.
What? How did I miss
Bill
this?
Connolly, the guy who does the returning production charts?
The guy who does the returning production
See,
charts.
now I saw him tweeting today about SEC strength of schedule. I didn't realize. Oh, there it is.
Yes, and getting into arguments with listeners of the Grum.
Hey, speaking of our bracket.
He would be a 1 seed.
Oh, no, just for you, not for everybody else.
No, 1 seed.
I don't think people care about him as much as you and I do. I don't think people know who that guy is.
Well, they don't know most of our listeners.
Yeah. All right, anyway.
This dude's a 1 seed.
Nice.
Is Stafford really on the trade block?
Ooh, I heard something on a podcast over the weekend that I'm going to run by you when we talk about that.
Yeah, and there's many theories on many sides.
A lot of graphics I've seen.
Oh.
And measles was not on the disease bingo card.
We're talking measles on the Grum?
Yeah, well, we got to be a full service.
I'm
Grum.
just glad that the CDC isn't getting in the way of anything anymore, you know?
This is great. I love measles. I think I have that. I would have gotten that shot when I was a baby, right? You get that when you're a baby?
Yeah, I think that one's one of the big ones.
Yeah, that's one of the early ones. It's one of the early
It's
ones.
like, hey, you want to go to school?
That,
get the measles
polio,
shot.
syphilis, you know.
Syphilis. They give a syphilis shot to a child?
I don't know if a
Black
child
Plague.
needs a syphilis shot.
To an infant?
The Black Plague, all of those things.
Nick, what's that band you like? Black Plague or Plague Black?
Black Plague.
Black Plague. What a dumb name. No offense.
Great artist.
By the way, Severe, who will join us later, is putting together a new bracket.
Oh God.
Oh, no.
We will have to talk about with him later. And I do not want to participate. I do not want to participate in this bracket.
As what do you mean participate?
Well, I don't want to
like to endorse it.
I don't want to give thoughts because then that means that I am.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Though there are a few people who are way too low.
I'm interested if John could
Few people way
technically
too low.
qualify on that bracket.
Well, Damon is on here too. I don't think Damon belongs on this bracket anymore.
We got to explain now. What the hell is the black?
Wait, have you not seen it?
Oh, I've seen part of it, but
I don't know if I'm allowed to. I don't know if this is behind it. I figured he wanted to talk about it on the show today.
Oh, all right.
Stay
Well,
tuned. Michael has a new bracket. And it's going to piss people off. There you go. That's a good tease.
Well, it's only going to piss people off if one particular person is on the bracket. And he's retired anyway, and he's no longer a guest.
Oh, they're talking about the guy who's in jail. He's not on here, John.
Gee,
No,
good.
You don't have to
Not
worry about
that
him.
guy.
He's not on it again.
Well, I wouldn't put him on that bracket anyway.
No, hell no.
He was a terrible
He'd
guest.
be the worst.
And person. Terrible
And
person.
person.
Well, we found out later about the whole person thing.
Oh, man, he was a bad guest.
Yeah, he was a bad guest. Really grumpy, and
All the time.
probably because, he had his attorney on line 2.
No, he's always worrying about his attorney.
Well, when you're in that kind of trouble, you should
that's true.
always take a call from your attorney.
Mm-hmm.
402-951-1620 on the never-ending Pasta Bowl or is it Pasta Pass hotline.
Just rubbing it in now, John.
What do you mean?
I got
rubbing
my
it in?
hopes up. I was really excited for this, and then I
Well,
found
you
out
might
it was
win
a
that lottery
thing.
You might win that lottery.
Do we even know if they do that anymore? That was from 2019.
Well, they might.
All of that.
They might. Check with. I mean, they still have the website
Yeah,
dedicated to
Olive
it.
Garden.
Olive Garden.
What the hell are you doing still having the webpage up for an old contest?
See, I feel like we should reach out to them. This could be a great new sponsorship of the Grum. I love Olive Garden, and John's the only one who said anything bad about it before. So, I think we'll be fine.
I just said it's Italian Applebee's.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to want that endorsement on the air
Why not?
because there's an implication. Because of the implication.
The implication that it's
That's always
Italian
done a joke.
Applebee's.
Yeah, I don't think they like that. What is Applebee's? What do you think about Applebee's?
Well, they're the base.
It's the worst restaurant of all time.
Well, it's not the worst restaurant of all time.
I just said it
It's
is.
just
Not
a very
even close.
specific type of restaurant.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean
bad.
it's
Yes,
bad.
exactly bad. It is the
It's
yes, we were just talking
it's-
about of
it-
restaurants.
It was the catch-all. It's a catch-all.
without
Just
the
be-
prison.
Fast casual microwave food doesn't mean bad.
If I wanted that, I'd just go home. I just tune into what's for dinner later on.
No.
On nights where it's just me at home.
You can tweet the show at USC 1620 in the
Always.
JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed,
Mm.
or you can email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. It's the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. And quicker withdrawals from your account when you win the never-ending pasta bowl party pass.
Or never-ending jug of pennies.
Or never-ending jug of pennies.
Joseph writes, last time I ate at Applebee's, I went home and threw up.
I found out something last night because I woke up in the middle of the night and my tum-tum wasn't feeling that good.
Oh, big game feelings.
It wasn't big game feelings.
Was it the chili that you didn't eat for 4 days?
No, I think the red sauce, the hot sauce, I believe they call it the Rojo at Chipotle, is not agreeing with me anymore.
No, that's horrible.
No,
that's
Josh.
horrible
Because we had
news.
Chipotle last night when I got home.
Nice. What's for dinner?
And I will say this. For a lot of, chain, especially chain restaurants, things that they promote as hot really aren't hot.
No, they're
Because-
white people.
White
spicy.
people.
Because
spicy,
because it's got to be,
palatable for the society.
But the red sauce
It's very spicy.
at Chipotle, that's got some kick to it.
Yeah, for
And I
sure.
like it.
Yeah.
But I think that was the reason why last night I had the big game feeling in my tum-tums and there was no big game.
Do you pop a Tums in your tum tum?
I did not do that, and I should have.
I
should have. I didn't think about it until it happened last night, and then of course by then it was like too late.
I'm turning into a Tums guy now. I've been getting some heartburn, and then I eat Tums, and it feels better.
Is
My
this
dad
just
was a
a-
Rolaids guy.
Is this just a you getting old thing?
I think it's
No offense.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, certainly. Has
Okay.
to be.
Yeah.
Has to be.
That's an underrated, crappy part about getting old. Is like food just doesn't agree with you like it used to.
I think that's what it was.
I remember when that happened. I had croissants from Burger King like every day when I was 17 for like 2 weeks. And eventually I was like, you know what? I don't feel very good anymore.
Well, I think that's different than what we're talking
No,
about.
it is. I felt like I had to go to the toilet every
Because
5
you got
seconds.
the never-ending croissant pass from
Man.
Burger King.
That is something I would sign up for.
A never-ending croissant pass.
I love croissants, man.
Just
It's my
the croissant,
favorite.
not the croissant sandwich. Just
Yeah.
the croissant.
No, I want the croissant sandwich, please. Bacon, egg, and cheese. Though back then I would do no cheese because I was a child.
Oh my god.
I was a child, John.
And by the way, it's always sausage.
No.
Fast food bacon's not good.
No, it is a Burger King now. It's actual bacon.
Burger King figured it out. They
Yeah, they
cracked the
changed it.
code.
Did
Yeah.
they?
Yeah.
All right, I'll have to try it again.
Yeah.
YouTube user wants to know: would you rather have Chipotle every day with the red sauce and deal with the big game feelings in your tum tum, or have KFC once a week, which you swore you'd never have again? See, the KFC didn't give me the big game feelings in my tum tum, but
What happened with the KFC again? It was cold or something?
Yeah, it just sucked.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's KFC, of course.
It wasn't good.
Yeah. It's not good. KFC is good.
It wasn't good, man. It wasn't.
Understandably so.
And I was just like, it was the most, generic grocery store. Not that grocery store chicken is bad, because some grocery stores do the deli chicken really good. But I'm just saying, if you went to a low rent grocery store,
Yeah.
and got the fried chicken
you had
from the
last week.
deli,
Yeah,
where
you were
the
bummed.
pimply faced 16-year-old is the one who's cooking it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it tasted like. And I'm like, we're not doing this anymore.
Mm.
And the biscuits are like hockey pucks. If it hit you in the face, you'd yell the F word on television,
Dude. Oh, my gosh.
which is coming up in content.
so funny. Yeah,
You
get
know?
ready, Nick. We're playing the F word over the
The
radio.
gravy doesn't taste like the gravy used to.
The gravy.
It's just,
Oh,
ugh.
great.
I'm out. I'm out on the KFC.
Venmo Chris says, did I make the secret bracket, Josh? I assume it's bad to be on it, and I know I'm annoying AF, unfortunately. No, Venmo Chris is not on the secret bracket that we will not be doing. He is not. I
Yeah,
like
we're not
Venmo
going to
Chris.
do the
Remember the
secret
secret
bracket.
list?
I do, yeah.
I miss the
it's
secret
erased up there.
list.
Yeah, the over is very much hit and still is hitting for both.
By the way,
It's still there, but
No, it's
John, it's
we forgot
wrong
to
way.
ask during the crossover.
It's going to meet its maker tomorrow, I think,
Yeah.
or Wednesday at the latest.
I'm gonna win, and
You had
that
the
means
28th, right?
that means I get the $500 never-ending pasta pass.
Damn it!
I believe that goes to the winner of the person who got the Death of Mount Happer.
How about that?
All right, that's the Grum coming up last night or yesterday. Jays with the win, Mavs with the win. Big game for the Huskers tonight.
Wow, look at all that basketball.
It's a big Monday.
Big Monday.
It is. It's like Big Monday on 1620 The Zone. Transforming your home has never been easier with your home improvement company. How about this unbeatable deal? 50% off a window. You know, for a guy who listens to the radio station religiously every day, I'm surprised he would even ask a question like this. But the amazing Daniel asks, why would you go to KFC in a city that has Popeyes and churches? Because I want to actually get served my food on the day I order it.
Bad take.
Also, Lincoln doesn't have a churches.
It's fine.
And the Popeyes is all the way across town.
People love churches.
It's fine.
I've heard
They
good
go to
things.
them every Sunday.
Oh,
Speaking of Sunday, John,
why did we drop into that?
Well, he wants to watch Stanford baseball. So I mean, really, what can we expect of Nick?
Rintaro, Sasaki.
I mean,
they're undefeated.
Stanford's pretty good.
They're one of 17 undefeated teams right now.
Oh my gosh, save it for a slice of baseball, please.
I'm not gonna
1620 The Zone is giving away Supernova tickets.
Oh, speaking of Nick,
They return home Thursday to take on the Tom Cruise Valkyries.
nice reference.
I like the Valkyries. They're fun to watch.
That'd be Orlando, actually. Thursday, 7 o'clock at the CHI Health Center. And apparently tomorrow, we're giving away opportunities to get into the game all day. It's what
Oh,
it
did
says
you know
here.
about this,
It says
Nick?
listen all day Tuesday for your chance to win your way into the game.
I saw that copy. That's pretty sweet.
It is.
And Nick doesn't know about it. We're in trouble.
Okie dokie.
I'm gonna be there, I think.
Apparently, Micah Peavy doesn't know who the guy playing center for Creighton is, because he decided to go after him on several occasions yesterday and got turned away on several occasions. Now, I will say the Georgetown wing had an excellent game in the first half. Guy couldn't miss. He had 18 points in the first half. He was on pace for a career day. And then he proceeded to go over 20 minutes of basketball playing. That's 20 minutes of game time, not real time. 20 minutes on the game clock time without scoring. And the game switched after that. But Ryan Kalkbrenner with 4 blocks yesterday, and 3 of them were on Peavy.
And as you pointed out, could have had a fourth, but the
he would have had a 4th one on Peavy alone if it weren't for the fact that Peavy used his off arm to try to shove Kalkbrenner in midair to get some space so he didn't get embarrassed. But I mean, he rose up. The one that he blocked because you could tell Peavy was winding up, and he's like, I'm going in here and I'm going to make a statement.
A statement was made, John.
And a statement was made.
Not the one he was
open to.
open
And immediately turned into a transition bucket with some beautiful ball movement, and Kalkbrenner ended up getting the alley-oop dunk on that end, and that kind of was the capper on the big rally in the second half. It was strange how this game played out kind of similarly to the one in Washington, D.C. If you remember the game in Washington, D.C., it was a close game in the first half, and then Georgetown got on a little bit of run at the end of the first half, had the lead, and then in the second half, they just tore it open. Peavy had 4 steals in 4 minutes. Creighton looked like they were, a junior high team out there at times playing against them. And it was an enormous run. I want to say it was like 36 to 15 or something like that.
Very similar to the one
run.
Similar to the one yesterday.
But, when Creighton fell behind 36-26, Georgetown was hitting every 3 known to man. And then the Jays went on an 18-6 run to end the first half, and then proceeded to go on a 14-4 run.
Yeah, so it turned
to
into
start the second half, and it basically turned in that middle. I mean, it's not technically the middle 8 because that 18-6 run at the end of the first half happened over 7 minutes, but really in that span of, we'll call it 12 minutes of basketball, last 7 of the first half, first 5 of the second half, the game completely turned.
Yeah, they outscored them by 25 points basically. And the game goes from, oh my gosh, is this going to be a nerve-wracking one? I couldn't help but think about the conversation that you and I had with D. Marinas, a week and a half ago. And we were talking about, it was the lead up to the St. John's game, right? And oh my gosh, if they're able to win this, they're going to be in the driver's seat for the one. And you said something like, I am not going to count the Georgetown game as a win, until it happens. And him and I both kind of poked fun at you. And then the game is unfolding like it is. And I'm like, oh my gosh. John is going to end up being weirdly right about this game. And then it just kind of changed. It wasn't as quickly as that because it took the end of the first half, then you have a whole halftime, and then it's the start of the second half. But they outscore them 34-10 over all of those minutes. And it goes from a game where you're like, is this going to go down to the wire, or is Creighton just going to be trailing like this, to, oh man, maybe it's just going to be a back and forth game, to, oh, never mind, they're comfortable. And Georgetown made it closer. What did they get, within 5 a couple of times as the game? Was that as close as they got? Was it?
Yeah, I think it got to 5 very briefly in the second
and then
half.
Immediately it ramped right back up too. So like after that run, they were just able to stave them off fairly comfortably for the end of that game.
Kalkbrenner ends up with 19 points, 4 blocks. Jemiah Neal, nearly a triple-double. They tried. Oh, they tried to get him that 10th assist, including 2 threes on the last possession. Which normally, in that moment when you're up by 11, Mac would have been like, okay, just run out the clock, let the shot clock expire. But, they were working. They were working.
Yeah.
But Jemiah just couldn't get that. I'm surprised that, there might be someone going through the video of that game to see, did we miss an assist? Is the one that's missing?
Let's add one in a day after.
But Jemiah was really huge because I thought there was a sequence in the first half when Creighton was falling behind, where Jemiah was kind of the energy. He was the one who, seemed to have some life out there. Hit a 3, he dribbled himself into no man's land at one point and had no one to throw it to, and then just basically turned around and threw up a 17-foot prayer that went in. But his energy kind of kept things going before the Jays kind of got their legs underneath them at the end of the first half. And then in the second half, even though I think he only scored 1 point in the second half, he had 7 of his 9 assists, just everywhere. And of course, 12 rebounds, tied a career high. His role on this team, I mean, everyone obviously, and for good reason, Kalkbrenner's your MVP, but I would hate to think of where this team would be without Jemiah Neal.
Yeah.
Because Jemiah has kind of had to take on a couple of different roles.
Yeah.
Since Pop Isaac went down. I mean, they weren't
sometimes inside of games themselves.
They weren't. Yeah, and they switch him up on different guys. Usually he's the best on-ball defender, but it depends on matchups, size, and all that. But where I'm guessing they weren't, they were hoping they could get him into double figures this year, but you would figure if you would have had Pop Isaacs, then your top 3 scorers would have been Ashworth, Kalkbrenner, and Isaacs in no particular order. And Neal just would have been kind of that fourth guy, that glue guy, just do a little bit of everything. But since Isaacs went down, he's had to take on a little bit more of a scoring role. He's been able to do that. His 3-point percentage isn't great, but it's better than it was when he was at Arizona State. And his ability to run the break, he's one of the most fun guys. When they get the ball out to him ahead of the field, he is dangerous. And that's been one of the highlights of the season.
Mm-hmm. Played all 40 minutes yesterday. A comment coming in, a couple of them, read back to back from Debo. Still very confused by Mason and Fedora's usage and what's going on with Steve at the stripe. Tough 2 games for number 1. Going to the first comment, Mason Miller plays close to 7 minutes. Zugic plays close to 8 minutes. What those guys combined for 3 points. Yeah, 3 points for those 2 players.
I mean, Mason Miller is out there for defense, pure and simple. There are certain games where he is a little bit better with his size of fighting through some screens. When you're playing a team that's got some size like Georgetown, that was the main reason there. But, when Zugic came onto the floor and he played most of those 8 minutes were in the second half. There is more of an offensive edge to that team. It's just still getting him up to speed. Remember, he's only been at this for 2 months.
Yeah.
At the college level.
You said that before he got the eligibility. You said don't put all the eggs in the basket.
No. Because
in terms of the expectations.
Because remember, this is very much a system-based team. Usually Creighton's not just going out hunting shots. It's a team that plays within the I shouldn't say confines, but they do play within their system, and that's how they're able to get guys wide open for certain looks. It's why they're able to, get lobs to Kalkbrenner and all those other things. It's a team that won't go out and start hunting shots. And when you play in a system like that, it does take time to get used to, and also the defensive component. This team is predicated on defense. It's one of the biggest things, and I think it's one of the biggest things that helped turn Creighton from a first weekend team to a second weekend team. Mm-hmm. When Paul Luss came to the program, what's it been now, 5-6 years ago, and he's now at Purdue, but when Paul Luss came to the program, the focus on defense started to change. And you started to see Creighton put a little bit more, they've always been scouting report based, but to really put some emphasis on it, because Creighton teams could always score, they could always shoot. But if they'd run into a rock fight, they didn't win a lot of rock fights.
I was going to say, go look at the tournament losses that they had, and it seemed to always follow the exact same script.
The Rhode Island game when Dan Hurley was coaching Rhode Island, rock fight. The Kansas State game, rock fight.
Outside of maybe the Baylor loss, but the other 2 Doug losses in the NCAA tournament, those teams, they're suddenly not being able to make threes. The game against Duke was horrific in terms of not getting anything to fall.
Exactly. So, that's why this program was able to take the next step and go from a first weekend program to a second weekend program, was because of the emphasis on defense. If you've got a guy out there that you have to hide defensively, it kind of ruins whatever else you want to try to do. So,
Yeah.
So, Zugic has been getting better, but it has taken time, and certainly more time than a lot of people would like to see.
Sure.
Because of the potential that he shows. And he will. I still have a feeling he's going to have one of those games here in the next couple of weeks where it's just like, all right, there's the prince that was promised.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see it. You can see the flashes. But yeah, with Mason Miller, it's defense.
Yeah.
That's why he's out there.
The missing free throws from Ashworth has definitely been like perplexing, and because how long ago is this? Is this the last 2 games with some of these misses?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now we say that he still went 5 of 7. He's still shooting over the last 4 games from the free throw line. I think he's still like at 80%,
but it's just, yes,
which for everybody else in the country, it's like, oh,
good.
We'll take that. Let's see. Yeah, I got the last 5 games. Here it is. Let's see. Stephen Ashworth at the free throw line is shooting 85%, which again would be totally acceptable for everyone else. The weird thing about it has been missing the front ends. He missed a front end against UConn. He missed 2 front ends of a 1-and-1 at St. John's, and he missed the one yesterday. That's the weird part. But, he's still over 90% this year and still on pace to set the single season Creighton all-time free throw percentage record. So
not bad.
It's not bad. All right. Still to come, Nebraska and Michigan.
Oof.
But Troy Dannon
Dannon
talked to some folks over the weekend. Why are you giving me that look?
There's no look, and I'm not rolling.
That was a look.
There's no eye rolls.
That was a look.
No eye rolls over here, folks.
That was a look.
Don't put it on the internet that your eyes roll.
Crap, the camera's on me.
More explanation into the Tennessee conversation, but also, folks, there's a reason why you need to read a little bit sometimes, or maybe listen when it comes to some of the things that are happening in college football, because it would help better understand what's going on.
And it would help understand our point of view at times, too.
Sure. 1620 The Zone. But first, this would be a good time. I know our weather's gotten nice and you're probably not feeling those cold drafts anymore. But if your windows need replaced, your windows need replaced. And right now, your home improvement company has the best plan to replace those windows that need replacing. They've got an unbeatable deal. 50% off your window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows. It's a deal you won't want to miss. Great triple pane windows, energy efficient. You'll see the difference in comfort. It'll look great. They're made to last, built with top quality materials right here in the USA. And they've got easy financing plans with no money down, no interest, and no payments until 2026. Folks, upgrading your windows has never been easier. Save up to 50% off your window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows. Call 402-764-1720 today. Schedule that free in-home consultation. Again, limited time offer. 50% off your window purchase. Minimum of 4 windows. 402-764-1720. That's 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. Take advantage. 50% off your window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows. Call 402-764-1720 today and love the difference. Certainly, there was a lot of conversation over the weekend regarding the Friday news that Nebraska was canceling the Tennessee series. We certainly talked about it a lot here on this program, but there was a lot of reaction from around the media sphere. And I guess I'm not terribly surprised. We were, of all the media reaction, probably the most critical that was out there. Most of everything else I saw was, hey, we get it. We understand. Though it is kind of confusing to me. Which are we leaning into? Are we leaning into the finances side of it, or are we leaning into the, well, everyone else is doing it too, so we don't need to schedule a good non-conference game? Because I'm seeing a lot of people, while they're citing what Dannon said, and for the record, what Troy Dannon talked about was, we need the extra home game because we're going to lose some capacity in the stadium, and that's why we're canceling the series.
Yeah.
It was never said in the official release or the official explanation anything to do about, well, we
want dubs.
Yeah,
we want wins.
We want dubs.
Yeah.
Now, we did cite that from last year.
Rule said that, basically.
That Matt Rule had said, yeah.
The schedule's really tough in the Big Ten. We have all these games that in past years would have been non-conference games.
Right.
We want to have, he didn't say easier, but we want to have these games that aren't power schools.
He implied easier.
No, he did. I'm just saying he didn't say out loud we want easier games, but he certainly implied it.
Yeah. But it was interesting because in every write-up or anything I heard in regards,
always money.
It was about money, but then I'm seeing at the same time people justifying, well, but nobody else is playing these games anymore, and you don't need to if you're in the Big Ten because because they already play 9 or Power 5 games because they play 9 conference games and the SEC only plays 8.
And I was going to say that was the other critique of, well, hey, the SEC only plays 8, so in the end, Nebraska will play the same number of power games as like Georgia does because Georgia will play Georgia Tech, even though they also played Clemson last year, for example.
Well, I did a little research. I went back and looked at all of the playoff qualifiers going back to 2014.
Okay.
To see what the breakdown was of the qualifiers and how many power conference games they played. And here were the results. And this does include the COVID year, but remember about the COVID year was very few non-conference games were happening in the COVID year. The SEC only played SEC teams, though I do but I do believe I think everybody tried to sneak in like an FCS school or whatever. But their schedule was all conference games.
I think the Big 12,
the Big 10 did not play any non-conference games.
Big 12 or Big 10,
or Big 10 didn't play any non-conference games. So there weren't a lot of.
Like Nebraska only played power schools. They played 9 games. All of them were power schools that year.
Yeah, right? And all in conference.
Yeah.
So I also took that into consideration. So when you look at the numbers, the average percentage of power conference games played by a CFP qualifier was basically 80%.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, this also counts. This is all pre-playoff games. So this is counting a conference championship game too.
Okay, so
if you played a conference championship game, that counts towards because that was a pre-playoff game, and that game helped you get into the playoffs.
And so for the record, if you are one of these teams, most likely you are playing 13 games.
Yes, a lot of the qualifiers played 13 games.
80% of 13 is 10.5 games. So really, you're talking about kind of right on the line of, you're an 8-game conference schedule with 1 power game. You're a 9-game conference schedule with 1 power game. It's kind of like,
well, let me give you an example.
Perfect.
Let me give you an example because Alabama did this a lot.
They did what a lot? Played the playoff?
Well, they were in the playoff. And when you look at their breakdown, they played their typical 8 SEC games.
Yep.
They played 1 non-conference Power 5 game.
They always had a marquee non-conference game.
They would play 2 group of 5 teams.
And then an FCS school.
And then they'd play an FCS school.
So they would play.
Then they would play a conference championship game. So they would play 10 out of their 13. That's 76.9%. Mm-hmm. And they did that a lot.
So the number again was 10.5. So where it would up it for a team would be like an Ohio State season, for example. Ohio State in, let's see, 2018. Ohio State in the non-conference, they play TCU, then they play the 9 conference games, so that gets you 10, and then they play the conference championship game, that gets you 11. So that's how the number turned into 10.5 is you would have a lot of teams like Bama who would play 10. You would have some like Ohio State that played 11. Over the course, though, it's going to average out to 10.4.
Remember, Oregon was playing 9 conference games
And
before
they were
a
usually
lot.
playing
and
a
Oregon,
marquee game.
Oregon was in the first playoff. They played 9 conference games, a
They
Power
played
5.
Michigan State that year.
They played a group of 5. They played an FCS. They played a championship game. So that was 11 out of 13.
Yep, before the playoff. Okay.
So, it's and I think the other thing that was rather interesting too was if you take out the COVID year, out of 48 qualifiers for the college football playoff since 2014, 5 teams qualified for the playoff without playing a non-conference Power 5 or Power 4 game.
Okay.
And they are all Big Ten schools.
Interesting.
Ohio State in 2019, Michigan in 2022, Michigan in 2023, and then last year, both Ohio State and Indiana both made the playoff without playing a non-conference power opponent.
And by the way,
and those are the only schools who have
made the playoff.
Who have made the playoff with that resume.
And for the record, like Michigan, they were in the midst of a different scheduling philosophy at that time because like they canceled a series with UCLA at one of those years, 2 of those years. But this year they're playing Oklahoma. Ohio State, as we've talked about, is beginning the season with a Texas rematch after they just saw them in the semifinals of the playoff. So those schools are certainly going away from that. Indiana is still going all easy, but I would be very shocked if Indiana was a regular participant in the college football playoff moving forward. I do not remember why Ohio State in 2019, that would have been Ryan Day's first year. I do not recall why they would not have played a marquee game because usually they do.
They usually did. But
Usually
they didn't in
and
this
then
particular.
and so so his first year and then last year when they won the title, they did not play one. That goes against the grain though for Ohio State. They've in the midst of these years, they played a home. Well, they would have played a home and home with Oregon, but of course, COVID ruined one of those. And then we see this upcoming year they're going to play Texas. I think they have a home and home scheduled with Alabama. So pretty interesting that for whatever reason in those 2 years they didn't. But most times Ohio State plays in a big time football game. Last decade I can remember games against Oklahoma, of course. I mentioned the Oregon games a couple minutes ago, etc.
So the reason is sound. If you're a Big Ten school, you obviously can get away with doing this. And of course, the reason will be, we still end up playing the same number of power conference games as the SEC because they play the one fewer conference game. So I understand from that standpoint. But where the argument now will begin to ring more hollow is when we get to the new playoff format. And no longer will you be worried as much about your non-conference schedule because if you're in the Big Ten or the SEC, it's all going to be based on where you placed inside of the conference.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be 4 automatic bids. And that was even something that was written by Heather Dinich this morning. For example, if Ohio State went 9-3 during the regular season and lost all 3 of its non-conference games, the Buckeyes could still be the Big Ten's top playoff team if they went undefeated in conference play and won the conference title game. This could encourage athletic directors to continue to schedule more blockbuster non-conference matchups without fear of early CFP elimination.
Yeah, and I sent that out because I thought, okay, maybe now this will get across to people how.
And again, this isn't the way the format currently is, but it will be. I put it on the list. It's going to happen. 2026. I mean, the Big Ten and the SEC are already lobbying for this. They get unilateral power to change the format as they see
and
fit.
That's another thing I learned this weekend is not everybody realizes that the Big Ten and the SEC are strong-arming the sport, and they're going to get to set the agenda, and other conferences are just going to have to go.
Right now, if they wanted to do something like this, it'd have to be unanimous from all of the other conferences. But starting in 2026, they agreed when they extended the playoff to give the SEC and Big Ten more power, and this is one of those areas.
Yeah, and so, I sent that out where it's like, hey, they could lose all 3, and then they could still get in. And it's like, Nebraska's going to be number 1 in the conference, though. It's like, that's not the point. The point is, And you pointed this out last week, in a 14-team playoff where 4 bids would get locked up for the Big Ten, so 4 out of 14. Add another 4 from the SEC. So now you're up to 8 of 14 locked up. 2 from the Big 12. Now you're at 10. 2 from the ACC. Now you're suddenly at 12. And then you throw in the G5. So you're at 13. And so Notre Dame is going to have a, whatever you want to call it. If they're in the top 14, I believe is the number, right? Top 14, Notre Dame is an automatic team in the playoff. So if Notre Dame is outside of that, then you have one wild card. Otherwise, you just look at your league and you say, we got to be top 4.
Right.
See, this is so weird. Like I saw this opinion like from Daniel and others. Maybe they'll change when that happens. Until it does, I would never plan on something happening in college football before it's in ink. All right. Maybe John and I'll be wrong. Look, this would be something that I would love to be wrong on. I would too. I'm not rooting for this format change, by the way. No, it sucks. I hate it. But I'd be flabbergasted if this was not the move that we saw.
But I will say this, if the result of that is maybe we get some of these games on the schedule, then
is a trade.
Then maybe that would be an acceptable trade-off if we got more good non-conference games.
Yeah.
And, again, I'm not asking Nebraska or anybody for that matter to go out and schedule 3 tough non-conference games. Just everybody do one. Just everybody go out and try to challenge themselves one time, 1 out of 3 or 1 out of 4, whatever it is. Just one.
Just like what they've always done. Basically.
That's all. I don't think that's so objectionable. And I guess I get a little tired of, because I saw this sentiment of, well, everyone else is doing it too. And why are you holding Nebraska to a higher standard?
Because we cover them, first of all.
A, we cover them. B,
that's the local team.
I always hold the things close to me to a higher standard. It's like when you discipline your children.
Sure.
You're not disciplining other people's children. You're disciplining your children. You hold them to a higher standard. Not to get political, but one of the reasons why our political system has gotten so out of whack here is because there's not enough people within their own parties that hold the party accountable. And thus, the bar continues to get lower and lower and lower and lower. Same thing is happening here. If we're just going to say, well, everyone else is doing it, but you don't hold yourself to that. How can you hold others to a high standard if you can't hold yourself to a high standard?
I heard Happer talk about it on the show today. Like, this doesn't seem like the people that we imagine ourselves to be in the state of Nebraska. My wife made a comparison over the weekend that I found pretty interesting, where she said, if you have a child, do you tell your kid to take the easy classes in high school, or do you ask them to challenge themselves? And what do you want them to do? You want them to challenge themselves so they can make themselves better. And I'm sorry, this just seems like taking the easy way out. And I'm surprised that people around here want to take the easy way out. And you know what, man? I guess I'm also getting tired of this notion that Nebraska is a Bowling Green instead of a Tennessee away from making the playoff. No, they're a Bowling Green away from getting to 7 wins. What are we talking about? This team has been nowhere near the playoff conversation ever. The playoff's been around since 2014. They have never been in the mix within the last 2 or 3 weeks of the regular season. And the only times that they were even close to that was 2014 or Mike Riley's second year. This is never a team in the playoff mix. And so we're building this schedule around them supposedly putting themselves in a better position to make the playoff. No, just again, say it. I want them to win 7 games. That's what this is about. This is not about a program that's 1 game away. And you said it last week. If you can't beat Tennessee, then you probably don't belong in the playoff anyway. Because what are you going to do? You're going to get there and you're going to have to face a team like Tennessee.
Well, there was a quote attributed to Troy Dannon. Was it in the Chattel story or the On 3? I can't remember which one, so I apologize. But it was something to the effect, may have been in a tweet that I saw, where Dannon was told by people within the College Football Playoff Committee that scheduling the Tennessee game hurts your chances of getting in the playoff.
Yeah.
Only there should have been a comma
if you
lose that game.
Why would it hurt you if you win? Come on.
It would only help if you win.
And I want to read this comment from, what did Tapper call him? I think Bad Take Doug earlier. Douglas writes, Huskers might lose 2 in conference, best case scenario. Why risk a 3rd loss in the non-con and risk not being in the playoffs? He asks why. Because the format is going to change.
The format is going to change.
I would love to do this exercise because Daniel's right. We don't know 100%. So if we all agree, let's just thought exercise. The playoff format changes. It's 14 with 4 locked up bids, and there are no wild cards. Do you still feel this way? Do you still feel this way? Because it doesn't change anything.
No.
Then it's about being top 4 in your league. If you get to 4th place in the Big Ten, it doesn't matter what you did in the non-conference.
And honestly, it could be about being top 6 because there's a good chance we could get play-in games. So you're in the playoff because the Big Ten would have its own mini playoff as a play-in game.
Yeah.
If they were to do that.
So I would say you want it because you want to challenge yourself and you want to see how you stack up and you want to, put yourself in the best position possible. And you want to not have a crappy home schedule for your fans.
You want to reward your fans.
This
is why it's been so frustrating is because the reason I feel this way is I am a fan of the sport.
Yeah.
And I want to see good games. I understand you can't play all of them against Alabama. I get that. I'm not asking for that. But I'm also asking for everybody to not be afraid to challenge themselves so that we get a better product on television or in the stadium. So my argument is looking out for the fans who are asked year in and year out to pay hundreds, thousands of dollars for tickets and seat licenses.
It's football inflation. People are like, oh, why don't we just print more money? It's just printing more wins, but everything else is going to catch up to that, and it's just going to set the playoff bar higher than it is now.
I'm happy I'm not a season ticket holder, and I'm stunned because I've heard from season ticket holders this weekend that like this, and it's just like, wow, that would piss me off to no end to pay however many hundreds of dollars in a seat license and however many hundreds of dollars in season tickets, and it's about hoping to find an extra win. And I said it on Friday, I'll say it again. They better not lose one of these games because, oh my gosh, I'd be absolutely livid. Absolutely livid. And for the record, again, John and I don't like the new format. I don't want this to happen. But if it's going to happen, I mean, look, no matter what format exists, you and I are going to say they should always play Tennessee. Mm-hmm. I'm never going to say stop scheduling these types of games. But again, I want them to have the fight. This is weird that everybody around here is okay with this. I'm sorry. It's very strange that this state is just like, no, I don't want the hard games.
They want the number to go up. It's a meaningless win.
Bill Moose did this crap all the time. He was always whiny. Oh my gosh, they gave us a whole other schedule and save it with the whole, they opened 4 years in a row with these power games. Like, oh my gosh, there was a pandemic in there and things got a little weird for a while. Like, what are we talking about? I'm again stunned at the lack of fight around here with this fan base. Well, they have gotten ruined by some losing seasons.
Could I surprise you with something as we go to break? I don't go there very much, but I was curious, mostly because I kind of thought there'd be a lot of people ripping us for ripping on the team on Friday. I went to the scrolls.
Nice.
Most of the opining was agreeing with us.
That's good.
There were a lot of people who were really frustrated and didn't like the look it gave to the program, that it appeared as if they were ducking someone. And there were folks also upset that they wanted to see this game. I mean, they didn't run a poll question or anything, but just reading through a lot of the responses, I would say it ran well north of 50% of the people responding in the thread who were very upset.
Well, and you did the poll question on Friday, and it was more of the same. So maybe we're just hearing from the people that are like, yeah, wins. But again, This is not a team that has been at 9 or 10, and a win over Bowling Green would get them to 10 or 11. This has been a team that until this last year was struggling to get to 5.
Mm-hmm.
And they struggled to get to 6. And also, they won their power conference game in the non-con. We're talking about a team that is, this is maybe going to make them a 7 or an 8 win team. Again, better not lose to them.
7 or 8 win. It's win inflation. It's a meaningless win.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that.
Well, and I would argue one more thing, because I went back and forth with someone respectfully. There was no arguing, but someone was still quoting, "Hey, we're having problems just getting to 7 wins." To which I said, if Nebraska is still thinking this way in 2026 and 2027, when these games were supposed to have been played, then the temperature on Matt Rule's seat,
correct,
and also on Troy Dannon's seat has gone up.
And that's why
if folks are still thinking the same way 26 and 27, that they're in the mindset of today, where it's just like, man, we just got to get to 6 wins. If you're still thinking that way,
We're going to be having a different conversation.
we're having a very different conversation.
It's why the comparisons to the Oklahoma thing, while not a 1-to-1 because Oklahoma, that news came out in March and the game was in September, there are some similarities of, wait a second, though, that was year 5 or whatever it was, year 4. Why are you trying for easy wins in year 4? And this would be year 4 and year 5, right? Yeah, year 4 and year 5 for Matt Rule because it's about to be year 3. It's a great point.
402-951-1620. Back after this on 1620 The Zone.
Some responses coming in about the topic du jour. KG emails in, Equitable Bank inbox. I still can't believe it. Just having a hard time wrapping it around my head. Bob Devaney, Tom Osborne would have never done this kind of thing. This reminds me of Bill Snyder of Kansas State scheduling games. People used to rip on that all the time, John. And now they're saying handshake meme. Padilla tweeting at us on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. I also don't understand the obsession with manufacturing a playoff berth. Either you're good enough to make it or you're not. Does it really matter to you as a fan if you're not good enough to beat other playoff caliber teams anyway? Exactly. You're going to have to play a team like Tennessee in the playoff. If you're going to get there, you are going to face that team. You're not going to get to face Bowling Green, most likely. Well, certainly not a bad Bowling Green because they would be playoff worthy.
It's like people are more concerned about being able to brag that their team made the playoff, but they're not going to do anything in the playoff to begin with.
In a way, I wonder if Indiana making it this last year kind of warped the brains of people because they view them as taking the easy way out, where I view them as catching lightning in a bottle in year one under a coach and taking advantage of what ended up being a very advantageous schedule. But again, they had to walk the finest of fine lines to make it into the playoffs.
They certainly did.
Ohio State, okay, let's look at Ohio State. Forget about their talent level and just how ridiculous they are for a moment. Along the way to making the playoff, they beat Penn State and they did beat Indiana. So while their non-conference was horrible, they still had to win games against really good teams in their conference. Nebraska trying to walk again that fine line like Indiana, it'd be very difficult. Alex and Lincoln texts in. I forget exactly, but Josh made a comment when he was hired that people may not like how Dannon talks /is. Now I'm starting to be in that group. Yeah, when he got hired about a year ago, I remember, kind of combing through some of his interviews. I'd listened to a podcast that he did, and I think he's done a really good job actually at Nebraska. I think he's handled a lot of stuff with I don't want to say grace. He's just pushed things through that I thought it was like a struggle around here. Booze is coming to Memorial Stadium. I don't think that we've all really wrapped our arms around that totally, and he was able to get that done. The volleyball stuff he handled extremely well. I don't like this though, but I don't think this is going to be a Dannon thing. Well, I just don't like the way he's spinning it.
Listen, when it comes to football, if Matt Rule didn't want to do it or wanted to do something, it would likely get done. So, I would be surprised if Troy Dannon were like, no, we gotta soften up the non-conference schedule while Matt Rule is saying, no, we need to go the other direction. Obviously, 1 year ago, Matt Rule was asked about it.
Before Dannon was in charge, by the way.
Before Dannon was in charge and already alluded to it. So whatever motivation there might be towards softening the non-conference schedule, it's coming from the head coach, not the athletic director. The athletic director may agree.
Yeah.
And certainly signs off on it.
And he's going to like an extra home game because he's getting an extra home game. And they're going to like that for the bottom.
But if the philosophy is going to be we need to soften the non-conference schedule, that directive is coming from the head coach.
Yeah.
Just as it would in most any other big boy program.
Chris writes, thought about this over the weekend. If NU is canceling the Tennessee game for easier wins and better chance to make the CFP, then they need to ask themselves this. Say Nebraska finishes 5th in the Big Ten. What looks better to the committee, a blowout win over Miami of Ohio or a 2-point loss to a possible 10-win Tennessee team? The loss would have gotten them in over the blowout win over a MAC school. This scenario may legit happen. And yeah, if it comes down to one wild card spot, that's where they will really have to parse things, and they will look at non-conference schedules, and they will say one team did this and one team did this. And it could certainly cost them a bid. Or they could go 11-1 and ride again that very fine line, and they could make it in. You never know. Nothing, of course, is guaranteed right now.
Well, but you're talking a best case scenario. There would be one wild card bid, assuming Notre Dame doesn't have it.
Yeah,
there'd be one wild card bid. So, you're for a committee. The committee could soon go from a group that not only has to pick the teams but seed the teams outside of the 4 qualifiers that get in because they won their conference. That committee would go from that to basically just being a seeding committee because 13 of the 14 spots would be accounted for. But in those years where Notre Dame didn't get that 14th spot and there was a wild card, this is just my prediction, or at least my thought, and how that the nitpicking and the parsing of that one team is going to be extreme.
Yeah.
And I do think that in those cases,
non-conference is going to be huge.
Non-conference schedule, intent to schedule would be factored in because, again,
it's one wild card team.
You're not picking 4 wild card teams like it used to be in the 4-team playoff or
whatever the number was this year.
Right? No, it's
there were 5 out of 7.
7.
Yeah.
Like there was last year and what there will be this year. You got a little more room to breathe, if you will, if you're picking 7 teams versus if you're just picking 1.
Correct. And this year, in a way, was the committee they put themselves in a box, first of all, in a variety of ways. But one of the reasons they did, or one of the things that happened, was they said, hey, conference championship game isn't going to mean anything, which at that point kind of decided what they were going to do. Alabama did not miss the playoff, though, because of their non-conference scheduling. They missed it because they lost to Oklahoma late in the year. Can you imagine if it would have been down to a bunch of teams that have very similar resumes, but it's who is the team that challenged themselves most in the non-conference, this would not help. I think you're right. When it's 7 wildcard teams, you can kind of do whatever you want. When it's one,
there's going to be so much combing through those numbers. I mean, imagine if the NCAA selection committee for the tournament only picked one at-large team.
Amazing Data just makes our point. The odds of making it as a 5th place wildcard are very slim. Hardly a strong argument on that. Exactly. So why are you caring then? If the odds are not easy to get in as a 5th wildcard team, then why shouldn't the goal just be top 4 in the conference? Okay, there you go. Problem solved. Play a tough team in the non-conference because you're right. Probably not going to come down to the 5th wildcard spot anyway. Yeah. And if it does, this would help you. I don't see this as any negative, unless you want to try to sell me on, well, it's another tough team and they could have injuries. It's football. You can have injuries in every freaking game.
Oh, absolutely. You can have injuries in every single game.
Thanks, Daniel. You just confirmed my argument for me.
It is absolutely possible.
Also, D'Lo, before we talk to Mitch, still can't wrap my head around the worst Power 5 school in the last 10 years making strategic moves for the playoffs. Exactly. Like, come on. This is about getting to 8 wins. It's about getting to 8 wins.
And for the record, even though we have been critical of it, I can speak for myself. I'm assuming I can speak for Josh as well. I don't think this is going to this isn't that aha moment. Oh, this is when we found out Troy Dannon's just another Steve Peterson, another. No, I mean, at the end of the day, here in a few more weeks, it's all going to be water under the bridge.
I think people will still care about this in a couple of years.
They might.
I just got a text from a listener. I'll bet you this: when 2026 rolls around, no one is going to care about this. It'll be a distant memory. I disagree. We still bring up the Oklahoma fiasco, and when that week rolls around in September of 26 and certainly in 27, and people are like, "Oh man, we could have been going to Knoxville," it'll come up.
Yeah, but do you know what will? Well, you know what will either erase it or amplify it
if they lose to that team.
What does a team do on the field next season?
For sure.
You know.
Mm-hmm. Justin, this is a strategic move to make sure we make a bowl game. Okay, again, if this is about making a bowl game in year 4 or year 5 under Matt Rule,
there's bigger problems.
There are huge problems with this program. Massive problems. This is not a year 1 or year 2 situation. That would be year 4 and 5.
Remember, we had the audio from last week in the Josh Pate interview. Matt Rule is quoting his own resume, saying, yeah, year 3 is that year when we really take off.
Yep.
You know, based on his pattern.
Year 3? Year 3? Oh, he says I'm joking, LOL. Okay, my bad. Year 3, Dylan Raiola should be a 3-year starter by that point. Year 3. Or year 4, rather. I'm an idiot.
Next year. It's got to be your bowl.
Got to be your bowl.
We're watching the Nick has made me switch it over from the
we were watching the Cubs game, and now we're watching Stanford.
Now we're watching Washington and Stanford, where, and if you follow me on Twitter at John Bishop 71, I have taken a picture of it. They're using a score. Now, first of all, they only have one camera. It's behind home plate.
Oh my gosh.
It's not a good camera.
No.
But they are using a score bug.
You know
so to their credit, they're using a score bug. It looks like if this were 1982 and we were doing this in Commodore 64 programming class.
It looks like to me an old school sports book. It looks like Circa. That's how the Circa graphics look. Like a really old school.
But it is.
It's not a good score bug.
Well, it's good. I mean, I understand what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, Stanford's at bat. That's why the star is there. It's 4-0 Stanford. It's second inning. B1, ball 1, S2, strike 2, out 2.
It's not an aesthetically pleasing score bug.
I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Stanford, cutting edge of technology.
Cutting edge of baseball so far.
This is what happens when you join the ACC, apparently.
I guess so.
Step down. Mitch Sherman's going to join us next here on 1620 The Zone. You know, NIL is still going to dictate a lot of what happens in the future of college athletics. Yeah, sure, there's revenue sharing coming, but there is still opportunities for folks to get in on the ground floor and help your favorite school recruit and retain the best college athletes. And for the little guy, you know, we don't have the tens of thousands of dollars to give to NIL, but there is a fun way to engage yourself in the world of NIL. Give to your favorite school and have a little fun while you're doing it. And it's called On the Line. On the Line, based right here in Omaha, partners with all 3 major Division I programs, the Mavericks, the Huskers, the Blue Jays. All you have to do is go to athleticsontheline.com. You pick that favorite team, and then you pick a measurable metric. Maybe you could pick blocked shots. There were a lot of blocked shots in yesterday's basketball game. And for every time that metric hits, you attach a dollar figure, and that becomes your donation towards your school's favorite NIL. You set the budget as small as you'd like, as big as you'd like. It's just a fun way to engage the team. Think of it this way. The more your team rewards you, the more you reward your team. So find out more with On the Line. Visit athleticsontheline.com. Gamify your giving with On the Line. athleticsontheline.com. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Mitch. Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, who joins us every Monday. What did I name the hotline after? I forgot.
The Pasta Pass.
Oh, that's right. The never-ending Pasta Pass hotline. Mitch, have you ever desired to own a never-ending Pasta Pass from Olive Garden?
No, but it sounds pretty good. It's never-ending. This is the never-ending pasta part. I don't know what the rest of that is.
Well, I mean, it's a lifetime thing. So anytime you go to Olive Garden, you get your pasta. Pasta Pass.
Yeah,
it's like a passport to pasta, passport to good eats.
Yeah, I don't feel like that would. I don't know that would go over all that well with me. I mean, it sounds good, but it might do some damage. No, I don't think I eat there. I mean, if you were giving it to me, yeah, I'd take it and maybe use it once every 6 months or so.
Mitch, the topic du jour on the show on Friday and then yet again today has been the continual discussion of Nebraska and Tennessee being off the schedule.
Shocking.
Welcome to the off season.
And I like that this is a good off season topic in my opinion. I in a way I can't figure out exactly where you fall. I've read your tweets. I listened to the pod this morning with you and Happer. You seem to be like, I don't really like it, but I'm also not going to maybe react like John and Josh and lose my mind over it.
I didn't lose my mind.
Like Josh did and lose my mind over it. Does that seem like a solid representation of your opinion on this thing?
Kind of. That's why I didn't write anything specifically about this. I may come back to the topic at some point if this is an issue that connects more programs than just Nebraska and Tennessee. And I think it is, because I think you see this kind of thing as a trend in college football that's gone on a lot longer than Nebraska and Tennessee. The Nebraska-Tennessee situation has existed. Yeah, I'm in no way losing my mind over the fact that Nebraska doesn't want to play the series. And I think that's exactly what it is Nebraska doesn't want to play the series. I know Nebraska has to put a spin on it and say, we offered to reschedule it down the road. I'm not sure that there was an expectation on Nebraska's part that Tennessee would want to do that. And even if Tennessee did, by the time it got rescheduled, more changes were going to come to college football. And it was likely once Nebraska said, look, this is not going to happen in 26 and 27, that the series would never happen. Even if Tennessee would have said, okay, we can explore other options. I wish Nebraska would just say, we don't want to play it because we don't think it's good for us. That it's not. And that's not the fault of Nebraska, and it's not the fault of Tennessee. It's the fault of college football and the way that the system has been set up. And if you're not trying to get in the college football playoff, if that's not your goal, then why are you even playing the sport if you're in the Big Ten or the SEC? People can say, oh, Nebraska's only been to a bowl game once in the last 8 years. Fine, whatever. They're trying to get in the college football playoff in 2026 and 2027. If you don't think it's realistic, look at SMU and Indiana and Arizona State. They were all in it. And again, if you still look at that and you don't think it's realistic, then stop watching the games, because you're not. The point of the sport now, since the playoff expanded, is to get into the playoff. And there is more risk to play a game like this as a member of the Big Ten than there is reward. I don't think it's about money. That's kind of my biggest thing that kind of disappoints me or gets under my skin a little bit, is that there was this, not just the suggestion from Nebraska that it was a financial decision, but then the rush to defend them by some fans and media in this market. Like, look, it's about money. They're getting an extra home game in 2027. Fine. Like, you get an extra home game in 2027. It makes a few $1 million beyond what you have to pay Tennessee to get out of the series, and the two guarantees that you have to pay a group of 5 teams to come in and fill those spots. You make a few $1 million extra, maybe $5-6 million extra on top of that stuff. That's not worth canceling the series. That's not the reason you're doing it. You stand, if you win those games, to make more money, just collateral, whatever to make the value of playing games and being on the networks you'll be on in those games, if you play them, is more valuable potentially than the money you will earn, that you will recoup toward the losses that you suffer from having a partially under construction stadium. So I do not think it's about money at all. Nebraska's financially sound as an athletic department and can absorb whatever it would cost to play these games. I think Nebraska doesn't want to play the games because it doesn't help the Huskers' cause in the position that they're in trying to make the college football playoff.
Could the argument be made that by the time these games would have been played, that if the Big Ten and SEC get their way with the auto bids, that it's about where you finish in the conference, and what you do in the non-conference may not matter because there may not be an at-large bid?
Yeah, I think that's probably a decent argument. And I mean, I think if the Big Ten and the SEC can get on the same page and play the same number of conference games, and that's another thing. Right now, they're not playing the same number of conference games. And the one thing I did put out on social media on Friday was I'm just not going to get too caught up in criticizing anybody when a Big Ten school drops out of this, and then the SEC is playing one fewer conference game with the end goal to get to the same place with the same criteria. Yeah, I mean, if they both get to 9 and you're just going on auto bids, I mean, there's still in a 14-team playoff, there would be fewer at-larges. If it's a 16-team playoff, there's more at-larges, which would make the non-conference games potentially more significant, and a loss in a non-conference game hurt more. So, yeah, the possibility exists, but I don't think they know enough yet about how things are going to shake out to say we're going to have faith that the SEC and the Big Ten are going to agree on this, and we're just going to let it ride and keep the game on the schedule.
Mitch, what do you think about the way in which non-conference schedules will be viewed, and if we get again to the 14-team, auto bid 4-4-2-2-1-1? I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
If we get to that format,
Sounds like a dyslexic Oldsmobile.
I hate the format. I hate the format, and I
joke.
hate saying the format out loud. But like, Mitch, what does that do for the non-conference? When in theory, like, yeah, I guess there could be one wild card open, but for the most part, those games are, dare we say, like exhibition preseason type games to the real conference schedule. Like, how are you going to view those moves? I mean, I guess it's hard to answer right now because we just don't totally know.
It'll be really weird.
Yeah.
They'll have to look at it, and that may be something where you get into the system and they have to make an adjustment after they get started. Although it'd be nice if they had the foresight to do it ahead of time, but I haven't seen anything in the way that college football works and the way the postseasons are planned out and structured to make me think that they're going to have that like 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional foresight. Like they probably have to let it play out and then react. But yeah, if that's all it is and it's just AQs based off of conference finish, you're right. The non-conference means nothing or next to nothing. And they would be kind of glorified exhibitions. And in that case, go ahead and play Tennessee and just make some money. But the fans are going to see through it and understand like that the games don't really matter that much.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's a big bummer too. So I think you have to have more than one at large, just so that there is some value to those non-conference games. And I'd like to see a non-conference, if we're just going to go all in on the Big Ten SEC thing, I'd like to see the non-conference games involve those two conferences. And then maybe you can get this back on the schedule or in Nebraska, Oklahoma or something like that in more of a within the system kind of structure.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Let's, for argument's sake, say that finances are a driving factor in doing this. Would it indicate to you that folks might be shocked by the sticker price they see on the stadium renovations?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there've been enough people out here in like the public square suggesting what the sticker price is going to be when it comes out. If it's presumably this summer. I mean, you never know if there's going to be another delay. I mean, there's been a delay. The reason we don't know it right now is because there's been a delay. So we don't. Will there be another delay? Is it going to get announced in the summer? I'm anticipating that's the case right now. Like we'll know in June. But there's enough talk out there. I think that the expectation is, at least among me and probably among a lot of fans, if they're tuned in, that the number is going to be bigger than the number that Trev Alberts put out in front of people, which was $450 million. So you're going to be north of $500 million, which is a big number. And it's frankly, it's needed.
Yes.
And I think it is. I mean, I don't think you should cut this up into sections. I don't think you should say, hey, let's just go ahead and do 250 now and then wait 20 years because it's going to cost how much more to do it. I mean, just do it. If you're going to do it. And I mean, it's costly to rebuild a stadium.
So did they make a mistake, Mitch, in just not moving forward with the Trev plan, or was there so much stink on his plan because it was his plan that they had to eject on that one and come up with?
He should have washed his hands before he handed it.
He should have washed his hands.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think it's probably an appropriate question when they come back with the new numbers and the new plan. It depends how much different it is from the Trev plan. I think there's going to be some significant differences. Definitely differences in the like the time frame of it, in the way that Trev was going to have the whole South Stadium gone for a season, and it sounds like Troy Dannon wants to have just 20% reduced capacity in the stadium overall, which is a good chunk.
Yeah, 16,000. What was that? 15,000 people.
Yeah, it's a good right. It's most of the South Stadium, so you're not that far from what I think the South Stadium is like 23,000, 23,000. So most of it's gone if you're down 20%. So if this plan that he comes up with and goes to the regents with this year is very similar looking to what Albert's had on the table before Dannon got here, then I think, yeah, you have to say, well, why did you make a mistake? And if you cost yourself money by just not going forward with the original plan, but I think there's going to be differences. Like, I think that and there's another aspect to it also, that they probably moved too fast with the old one and learned some lessons. At least I'm going off what Dannon has suggested now, and learned some lessons about making sure that you're far enough along in the fundraising before you start, planning this thing out architecturally and from a construction standpoint. So if it's taken them this long to get to the place they need to be from a donor standpoint and a fundraising standpoint to be able to announce it, then there's not a great argument to be made that they're moving too slow.
It will be interesting. And by the way, for reference, the South Stadium as we know it today actually came in two different sections. They did the original, which enclosed the bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 72, they added 9,000 more seats up. So basically, I think it was, I'm just spitballing a number, but it went from 60 rows to basically, it's like, 95 or 96 is the top row.
Yeah.
So those were all seats that were added in 1972, and that was 9,000 seats. So if you kind of use that as your baseline, it gives you kind of an idea of how much smaller the stadium would be. I'm not saying they're taking out those exact seats, but I understand, kind of where, some of this is coming from.
I don't think that. I mean, my understanding and the way when it all comes out, I don't think they're gonna. And I don't think you're saying this. I don't think they're gonna chop 30 rows off the top. I think the reason that the reduction will happen is because the seats fewer seats will take up as the same amount of space.
Yeah,
the stadium will be just as large from like a square footage standpoint, but people aren't going to be piled on top of each other in the way they are now.
Parking garage and casino.
And then obviously, Mitch,
that's my dream.
The other part about this too is that this plan is going to have a lot more changes for the East and West, and I'm curious as to like what exactly that looks like and how they're going to try to turn that into more of a moneymaker.
Yeah, that's the big thing with his plan, and he made that clear from the very beginning when they scaled back or put the brakes on the initial plan, was that the first thing they had to do was determine how any changes that were made were being done in the name of generating revenue. So they looked first at the East and the West. So I think you can look there first and for the parts of the stadium that they'll use to create revenue. And you can get creative, or you can probably just look at like NFL stadiums or other sports venues for models with bars and clubs and various areas of the East and West, and I'm sure it'll be in the South also, that are used to for premium areas to just make more money.
Private clubs and jerry boxes. That's what I predict. Jerry boxes meaning those suites that are on the floor of the stadium,
field,
which you would think would not be great because you're looking through people's legs, but they like to be down on the field and people are watching it off the big screen or in the suite.
Waste of money.
Hey, you've been
I'm
to
sure they'll find ways to clear the sight line.
Yeah, you've been to Jerry World, right, Mitch?
I have. I know what you're talking about with the Jerry boxes. I've been down there for several games and have seen those field level suites. Yeah. Yeah.
It would have been the last original Big 12 championship 2010 game. We were down on the field before the game with. Believe it or not, Harvey Perlman was down there. We were talking to Harv. But it was kind of cool to look by and just see, and you're like, why would you want this? But then you see the suite, and it's like
status.
These types of people, they're going. Status. They're not going because they're
you and me and they're diehard fans.
Yeah, they're living and dying on every play.
They want to be on TV.
They're going because they want to be there. It's a party. It's an atmosphere.
Probably good food,
and it comes at a price. Mm-hmm. And I would not be surprised if we had a few of those in Memorial. A few years.
Interesting.
Yeah, and some of the attraction to sitting in those seats is going in the area where you can't even see the game. I mean, you think about it like some MLB venues and I think NFL too. I've seen it more like at Major League Baseball stadiums where you go back into an area where there's a buffet and a bar. And you can't even you're under the stadium at that point. You can't even see the game, but you can watch it on TV and it's piped in over the speakers, and you're getting food, and then you can go out to your seat at some point and check in. To me, Nebraska football doesn't necessarily set up as well for that because of the type of attitude that fans have. I think fans are more into every play in the game in Nebraska football than they are to like a Major League Baseball game where there's 81 of them at home, and if you win or lose, it's not really going to change your day all that much as a fan. But we'll see if Nebraska football kind of morphs into that.
Honestly, it's
where the non-conference games are just exhibition.
Honestly, it's changing out the clientele. I think a lot of those, probably those Jerry boxes and some of those clubs you're talking about, they're bought out by big companies, and it's used as
come to the game.
It's used as schmoozing
climbing,
whining and dining clients and things like that. So there's a chance that
I'm losing you guys here.
You still have us, Mitch?
Nope.
All
right.
Apparently.
Bye, Mitch.
But we were at the end anyway. Thanks a lot, Mitch. We appreciate it. But I think,
NRG maybe gets one to wine and dine some of our great clients, like Old Man Doug.
I mean, it could.
With unlimited pasta.
They could.
Unlimited pasta.
But it will change. And if you've been to, you've been to a Cowboys game, if you've been to a pro game where they have these places, there are just certain sections of the stadium, unless it's like a playoff game or something, where they're like, a lot of times those seats will go empty. Because there's people underneath the stands. You see it all the time in Yankee Stadium, all those comfy chairs behind home plate.
Blows me away.
But those are people that are hanging out down in the club.
Imagine having that much disposable income that you're just like, I don't want to be there.
But I mean, think about it. It's not a lot different than going to an exclusive nightclub.
Sure.
In Manhattan, it's just instead of there being music and stuff going on,
that exact music.
There's a baseball game or a football game that's going on outside. It's just absorbing the entertainment differently.
And you know what? With the stadium, the good part about it for Nebraska is it's like wasted space right now. And so you're not having to build up. You can just build down, and then you have it. And it's like an empty hotel room. Right now, it's just empty space that they're not getting money off of. It's like when Creighton went to the courtside seats over the last few years. It's like, duh, of course. Why wouldn't you want to have this extra revenue source?
Why wouldn't you want to kick the radio guy out from his beloved spot at midcourt?
Yeah, it's fair. Hey, women's games, we
understand.
got a great spot. Hey, but you're still
I'm still on the floor.
Marcus, he loves the seat. Marcus, he loves the seats.
Still on the floor.
He loves the seats.
You get to take in Coach Mack.
But in all seriousness, like that,
I do.
When they did that, it was like, duh, of course. Why didn't they do this when they opened the damn arena? And that's what it's going to be when Nebraska does some of these, ways to make extra money. It's funny. I did get a text during our segment earlier that basically said, like, I'm telling you guys, this is more financially driven than you realize. And this is someone who, when they talk, I listen, right? Like this isn't just some random person. So I'm like, okay, I'm trying to figure out, am I missing something? Is this going to be that much more?
Well, and that's why I asked the question. I wonder if the sticker price, and it may not even necessarily be the sticker price, but how the money is going to be, how it's going to be paid off.
Yeah.
How much is going to be asked of donors? How much is going to have to, require an increase in prices? Obviously, they hope that through new revenues generated by whatever is done in the stadium, that will pay off the bond towards, the construction. But I do wonder if maybe the combination of the sticker price and how it's going to actually be paid for might be, a nut that is kind of tough to swallow.
Well, I mean, it's pretty interesting the way that he responded to my question of, did they make a mistake then in not moving forward with the other idea? Now, again, that has so much stink on it because of Trev. And when he left, people were not happy with him and they didn't like the plan. Now, a lot of that did seem to come out afterwards. Like, I never really liked that idea. But what was one of the main critiques of the stadium fixes? It was just give all that money to the players. Throw all that money into NIL.
Well, I wonder how much of that is going to still
It's still going to
when-
be there.
when-
That's not going away.
When Dannon announces whatever is going to happen, how much are we going to hear the same thing of, why don't they just give that money to the players? We don't need to do this to the stadium.
Yeah, and yet the money is, I mean, you're going to end up being right, or you and Nick are going to be closer than I am. I guess $400 million when they announce it. You guys guess 550 and 537. Because I thought after all the hemming and hawing, there's no way that it's going to be above what it was. And if it is, and I think you will be right, there should be a lot of critiques of that because the original price was going to be 450. And so now it's going to be higher, you know? But again, this is one of those topics where I definitely find myself very much different than a lot of the rank and file fans because I'm like, wouldn't you want the experience to be better for you at a game? And they're like, no, I don't care. I'll pee in a trough forever. All right. Sounds good to me, I guess. Not my urinal.
Josh, we have some sad news.
Oh.
One of the longest running conspiracies that Josh has had here on this program is that a drunk motorcycle cop
Hungover.
killed JFK.
Secret Service agent.
Probably the guy who would know the answer to that question best has passed away.
Bill James.
Bill James?
Yeah.
Was he the author of
The,
that
the,
book?
the baseball stats guy?
He's the guy who wrote the book.
No, Clint Hill, who was the Secret Service agent who was the one
Who was
seen
hungover?
jumping into the car
Oh.
right after the shooting,
Is he
has
dead?
passed away at the age of
He was
93.
still alive?
Yes, he was still alive. Doing a lot of interviews. He did a lot of interviews. I've seen a lot of his interviews.
Oh.
And not once did he ever say, yeah, it might have been Jimmy, the drunk motorcycle cop
Hungover.
who, heard something and then pulled out his gun and like Barney Fife started juggling it in midair and then the bullet went off and it killed the president.
Interesting how John can be both critical of government and not really trust anybody while also thinking that Secret Service agents are infallible and have never made a single mistake in their entire life.
That is interesting.
Very interesting, John. They are humans, These are not robots.
I can't believe
They put
I
on pants like I do.
that
Don't-
you believe this nonsense.
Interesting theory.
Don't say anything about robots. You're going to give Doge ideas.
Speaking of people being dead,
Oh,
people have looked at Berkay and said, is he still alive?
What?
The answer is yes. And he is questionable for tonight's game versus Michigan. The injury report
Well,
is coming out.
that is a perfect segue into previewing tonight's game.
Basketball?
That's right. Nebraska and Michigan.
I'm glad baseball's on.
With this, I almost said the S word. This
Wow.
camera angle is among the worst camera angles that I've ever seen.
They've been zooming in
Oh
at
my
random
gosh.
places.
This is what the ACC wanted.
I am surprised.
It's
camera-
one of the
it's an
great
ACC Big Ten
It's one of the
game.
great institutions in our country, and this is what they offer us as a camera angle. They
I'm
can't do
hoping-
better than that.
I'm hoping it's just because it's a Monday.
No, it's not because it's a Monday. It's because they're bad at their jobs.
Well,
This
they-
is pathetic.
They obviously don't have enough people to run the other cameras.
What's the thing that that universities have with all the money? What's that called? It's not a dowry. It is
The endowment.
The endowment. Their endowment is massive.
Oh, yeah.
They can't take like $5,000 out of it to get a better camera and like a stage in the outfield. That's all they need.
Congrats on your massive endowment.
They have a huge endowment, Nick. Not as big as mine.
Well,
Jay,
good.
man, Josh-
Good. Then you can pay for the stadium renovations.
Josh P. and McMaster, 1620 the potty mouths. I didn't say it. I caught myself and I didn't say it.
I appreciate
Matt
that.
McMaster just likes dropping curse words.
I'm glad you didn't say it. Then I'm glad I didn't wait 10 seconds.
Oh, a dump button.
Mm.
Interesting.
1620 the zone.
Nick, we're talking basketball.
Cool. I'm gonna.
It is
Gonna watch this.
basketball season, and possibly for the first time ever,
Dribble, shoot.
all three Division I men's basketball programs may be playing in the thing they call March Madness. It's never happened before.
That is pretty cool.
It's never happened before. In addition to the fact,
You can't hate basketball and say it's cool.
that
I can separate that.
that
my
at
feelings
least
from that.
two
Art
of the
from the artist.
women's
Yeah.
programs could be playing in the big tournament.
Women.
We
That's
love
a
women.
lot of basketball teams playing a lot of postseason basketball from this teeny tiny little state.
Imagine
That's pretty cool.
Imagine being the person who puts together the schedules for a radio station that might own the broadcast rights to 3 of those teams.
Imagine
How fun is that going to be?
And imagine being the other person who's in charge of going into the satellite and scheduling everything. To
Nah,
make
I
sure
don't
it
care about
runs
that
right.
guy. I'm more worried about the scheduler. It's a computer. Satellites will figure themselves out. Whoever this person is.
Mm.
Well, tonight, Nebraska could take a gigungus step.
Gigungus?
I believe that's a Pavelka-ism.
This
A
would be the win.
gigungus step
Yeah.
towards making the tournament, or at least being in position to be in the tournament if they don't win the Big Ten championship. Big
This
Ten tournament
would be the win of the season for Nebraska.
Yeah, I mean, Creighton was at Super Bowl.
Nice. This would be the best win of the season.
No, this would be a very good win.
And you know, I know we talked about this with the Penn State game. Dare I
No,
say
actually,
it would get close to locking. I'm just talking about for everything. Vibes. Yeah, I know Illinois is technically rated higher than
yeah, but
Michigan, are
Illinois
they
has
not?
been backsliding. Now a lot of
They
that's
have.
due to the fact that they are sick.
Dude, did you see that game against Duke the other night?
No, I did not. It was bad.
Yikes.
It was so
Oh,
bad.
it was
Gus Johnson was
horrible.
talking about pizza.
Nice.
What kind of
But
pizza?
yes, this would be a big win
Pizza.
tonight.
Yeah.
So
Big
here are
issues.
Pesto.
here are some keys tonight. These are the things I'm looking at
Okay.
tonight. Offensive rebounds.
Sure.
Michigan is third best in the offensive rebound rate in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Nebraska's middle of the pack in the country, but they're only 13th in the Big Ten in conference games. And you've got Golden and Wolf, who are both 7-footers. Will Shetter, 6'8". Those are all guys who are really good at getting offensive rebounds. So you've got to box out. Got to box out. This is where Michigan can really hurt you. I mean, they're a pretty good shooting team anyway because of those 7-footers. But if you're giving them second chances, forget about it.
And that's why the return of Bear K could be absolutely massive if he is back out on the floor from curtailing them from getting the boards.
Now, of course, the other avenue where extra possessions can be won or lost are
Electric?
turnovers. Michigan is 339th in the country in turnover rate. They are dead ass last in the Big Ten. They turn the ball over. So if Nebraska might give up a few on the offensive rebounding side, they might be able to steal a few extra possessions back with the turnovers. Now, we're going to talk about Danny Wolf here in a little bit. But
Danny.
Wolf is a turnover waiting to happen. He gives up the rock on 25% of his touches. So he could be a turnover machine.
Would you call him a lone wolf?
Well, he sounds like Jeff Sims.
He's not. No, he's much more productive than Jeff Sims. I promise you.
But did he have his own meal at Amigos?
Now,
Nick got it.
I'm bringing
I was
this
gonna get
up.
there.
I don't want anybody to read anything else into this than what it simply is, and that's me just looking at the numbers. I don't want anyone saying it's your fault. You did this. You spoken into existence.
Well-
Because if I had the Kavorka, I would have used every damn ounce of it back in November. Every damn ounce of it.
It's
I
convenient.
promise you.
It is convenient.
If I had the Kavorka.
John's about to say these things wearing Creighton gear.
Oh, thank you for pointing this out, Nick.
What difference does that make? I'm talking about
Blue
Nebraska and
Jay
Michigan.
Bishop.
This
It's time
game
for
has
the-
nothing to do with Creighton. Let's stick to the
I
subject.
cannot. I'm going to make a graphic while John talks here. It's going to be called
gonna make a
the
graphic
John
with my
Bishop
camera.
Jinx of the Day.
Nice.
Yep.
The N and Jinx can just be the Nebraska logo.
Say what you're gonna
3-point
say.
Shooting. Now, Michigan, though, isn't three reliant, but they do shoot it 43% of the time, which is 77th in the nation. So their 3-point rate is 77th in the nation. Their percentage is pretty good, but in conference games, it hasn't been as good. It's just 33%. Michigan has had only 9 or more threes once in the last 6 games. Again, a lot of it is because they can hammer it down low and they can score inside. So tonight, going to be important to run Burnett off the line, 43% shooter. Trey Donaldson off the line, 40% shooter. But also don't sleep on Wolf, who is a good three-point shooter. As Fred Hoiberg talked about him on Saturday, he's a unicorn, averaging 13 points, nearly 10 rebounds, good passer, can block shots. And yes, he will pop out and shoot the three. So that'll be important tonight as well. And then fouls. Nebraska needs to get to the line typically when they have success. They're 25th in the country at getting to the free throw line, free throw rate. Only one time in conference play did Nebraska have a free throw rate in a game that was under 40, and they won.
Yikes.
This is just in conference games. One time did they have a free throw rate under 40 in a conference game and won, and that was the Illinois game. It was only 23%. So, got to get to the line. Michigan's pretty good at not sending teams to the line. So, how this game is called tonight certainly could have an impact as well.
Did you see the Robin Washut story about Nebraska today? He had an insane stat.
Insane.
Nebraska's minus
prices are insane.
You ready for this? Nebraska's minus 46 on the season at the first media timeout and minus 60 at the second media timeout. And then he added Wolverines average 80 points per game and shoot better than 48% as a team. That is absolutely gross. So I will add in another key, and that is that Nebraska can absolutely not, they cannot get off to a slow start like they have in the last 2 games. They were able to get away with it in the first game of the 2, and that was the comeback win over Northwestern. They were not able to get away with it, though, in the loss to Penn State.
You know, here's the issue, because I don't disagree with what you said, but sometimes a slow start is also based on the quality of your opponent. And Michigan is a better quality of opponent than Nebraska's seen in its last 2 games when they got off to slow starts.
Mm-hmm.
So there could be an opportunity tonight where Michigan gets out to the lead and people say, well, here they go again. It's another slow start. But how much of that is predicated on who you're playing and what they're doing?
Yeah.
Because my thought process is this.
Because it's a good team?
If Nebraska, from a motivational standpoint, from an energy standpoint, is lacking tonight, it would be stunning because they're at home. And that place has good energy.
True.
And it's kind of it's weirdly opposite of the football crowd. The football crowd, it's always about, oh no, here we go again. The basketball crowd,
Bowling Green.
The basketball crowd, strangely, is like, you know, they're juiced from the jump. And
Juice boys.
And just if they get, like, even if Nebraska falls behind, if they just get the scent of a comeback, that place just lights up. If there was a way that they could bottle the basketball home crowd energy and replicate that, now you'd have to clone it and expand on it because, you know, it's, 15,000 people versus 80,000 people. But you get my point.
Yeah.
If they were able to bottle that energy, that always hopeful, waiting to blow the roof off the joint energy that usually accompanies a Nebraska basketball home game. And they could heck, if they could take a fifth of what volleyball does from a fan standpoint and bottle that energy and take it over to the football stadium, we wouldn't be worried about canceling games. We'd be saying, no, we want to play all the games. Let's play a non-conference of Alabama, Tennessee, and LSU.
Oh, that sounds like awesome sauce.
What is 2010?
It is interesting. But So my point is this. I think Nebraska will come out with the necessary energy. I think they'll have the right attitude. The difference, though, could be in the fact that, oh, by the way, this is Michigan. And matchup-wise, this could be a really difficult task.
That's true. What was the thing that you said that they can't allow Michigan to do, and then Michigan's going to do it? What was that stat?
I didn't say. I just.
What was the stat?
No, there was no stat.
It's time for the John Jinx of the day. Look at John.
Oh, ain't he a stinker?
Yep, there it is.
There's
the
no
John
jinx.
Jinx of the
There's
day.
no jinx. I did not say anything.
Rats.
All I did was quote numbers and facts and the things that Nebraska might want to focus on
It
tonight.
says it on the graphic. Jinx of the day.
That's how's that a jinx? So what you're saying is anytime even Nebraska basketball is mentioned, that's a jinx.
Well, when you
Boner.
say their name, you say Nebraska, and everyone's like, crap.
Boner.
Here we go. Well, I don't know why they say that, but it's
Well,
like,
it's
here we
John's
go.
boner, his jinx of the day.
John's boner of the day.
Boner.
There's no jinx.
Doesn't usually have
A
one
jinx
a day.
would be this. A jinx would be this.
Oh, here we go.
I think Nebraska wins by 15 tonight.
What? You and Happer.
That's an example.
You and Happer. Why
That's
is
an
it-
example. That is not a prediction.
Why are everyone so
But
high
that
on
would
Nebraska?
be that would be
John, you're
a
wrong.
Michigan. They're not
Nah.
that good. They're more like stinkagen.
Wow.
That would be a jinx.
This is unreal. I'm happy.
That would, saying something like,
Trigger.
Michigan hasn't hit 23s in a game this year. That'll never happen.
Remember Michigan Kevin?
And then they hit 23s. That would be a jinx. But I'm not saying those
Michigan
things.
Kevin is hearing all these things, and he thinks that you believe everything you're saying. So that's the jinx of the day. That's why we have the graphic jinx of the day.
Bing bong!
There you
I
go.
found the sounder for it. I got there. I was testing it out.
I'm sorry, but I think you're crazy. I think you're both out of your mind.
Okay, Blue Jay Bishop, whatever you say.
It has nothing to do with the Blue Jays. This is the
Oh.
Huskers and the Wolverines.
Hey, what color does Michigan wear?
Oh,
Maize.
Interesting.
And what is maize?
Maize. That's the
Yes,
that's a
but what
shade of
is it?
yellow.
No, it is not. Oh, wait, yes, it is.
It is. Maize is also corn.
And you call yourself a Michigan fan. Apparently, you didn't read that book by William W. Waffle.
Not yet. I will soon. Tony writes,
well, you need to and learn what maize is.
does Nebraska football have a player or group of players like a Tominaga or Gary that can fire up the crowd with one play? No. Faux Mahomes needs to take that step this year to do more to ignite that Memorial Stadium crowd.
Yeah, but okay, think about it.
Faux Mahomes.
Foams.
Good God. That's the jinx of the day.
I get the whole, the Tominaga magic and, how the people gravitated
People
to him.
loved him.
But he did a lot of things that, he wasn't a great defender.
No.
He'd sometimes have clunky games.
Yeah.
But yet people just kept.
Because he was also, he'd be hot from three, knocked out a bunch of shots.
Sure. But what I'm saying is I could make the argument there have been some players like that with Nebraska football, but because the results never came, they never gravitated to those folks.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Also, basketball's a little bit different.
Bing bong!
what
One hot
way?
shooter can change an entire game.
Oh, Sam points it out. Faux Mahomes was trying to get people pretty amped up after the Pinstripe Bowl. Yeah, and people have been critical of him trying to be excitable with his fans.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the new nickname?
I had never
people
seen
are
it
writing
until
with
today.
Faux Mahomes.
Faux Mahomes.
And by the way, what difference is? How is it going to help you win a game when you're getting people amped up after the game's over?
Excellent point, John.
It's got to be before and during the game.
Well, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Connor Segan is calling for a blackout for tonight's game. How cool is that?
One of Nebraska's colors.
One of Nebraska's colors on the PDF.
Blackout.
The scarlet.
Nick, search and
How
segue for
old
the
is
next
that
segment.
tweet?
57 minutes.
Blackout.
Nick, search blackout in the filter.
Blackout.
It might actually help if you plan these things a little further in advance.
BL, not BO.
Some of these people are just getting off of work and they've already got their red things pressed and ready to go.
Play it, Nick.
Blackout.
That's black.
It's a blackout alert.
Okay, now that is a jinx. Because usually when Nebraska does things that's outside of the norm, it leads to them losing. Alternate jerseys, calls for blackouts, calls for red outs.
That's black.
That usually leads to bad things. So I, Your Honor, would submit as Exhibit A, my colleague over here,
I'm wearing black.
Josh Peterson, is the one that is jinxing Nebraska basketball. So everyone send your hate mail,
No.
should Nebraska
Look.
lose tonight, to Josh at 1620thezone.com because he has just called for the thing that usually leads to Nebraska's inevitable defeat.
But look
That's
at
a
the
good
graphic.
point, Blue Jay Bishop.
The graphic, John, is just you, though. I'm not on the graphic. Sorry. I can't be the jinx. I only jinx the weather. Only the weather.
Well, you just jinxed this.
By the way, is the snow done? People are asking.
Oh no.
Oh,
They're asking. They're asking.
I haven't
It's not
heard
even
one.
March yet.
I haven't heard one person ask one question about it.
Somebody tweeted me over the weekend. Is the snow done?
Yeah, you know who that person is?
A sponsor of this fine station. His name is Old Man Doug. Well,
No, he did not.
He always is asking me if the snow is done.
Was that before or after Beastmaster?
You know what? You know why he's doing that?
Why?
Because he's tempting you into saying something stupid so that we can all come back at you and claim that you did it again.
I would never do so.
You're
See,
being baited.
Sicilian asks, "Is the snow done?"
You're
See?
being baited.
Tears in their eyes. Big,
You're
strong
being
men.
baited.
Don't you have like
baited
pasta
into
to
a
eat?
trap?
No, I'm not you.
No, I'm talking to
Oh,
Sicilian.
to Sicilian. You think Sicilian would get the lifetime pasta pass from?
Oh, if
Olive
he's
Garden?
from Sicily, I feel like Sicily,
If he doesn't, someone's probably losing a finger.
like somebody from Sicily wouldn't like Olive Garden.
Wow, Sam writes the snow is done. We're deep into March on the 10-day forecast with nothing. Wow, like that's what Sam said. I'm gonna look at my models tonight. Maybe I'll have an answer
is it
tomorrow.
deep into
Oh,
March?
bonk,
if it's
horny
only 10
Josh,
days?
looking at his models. Bonk, bonk, bonk.
You're the one who took it there.
Yeah,
horny
John, I was talking about my
He's
computer,
the one talking about models.
talking about computer models, John. I'm
You-
talking about my radars. My
you-
radars and my charts.
Again, send all your hate mail if Michigan wins tonight to Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Mm.
Back after this.
The graphic is up. The jinx of the day graphic is up for John. John has jinxed everything. If they lose, it's John's fault.
Thank you, John.
I'm not the one that basically guaranteed them a spot in hell.
Who said that?
You.
No, that was Odson, I think.
No, you're the one that said they're calling for a. I'm not going to say it.
The snow being done?
Nope.
Hmm.
This week's Zone Deal is a $50 voucher to Exarban Cinema and ACX Cinema 12. The vouchers are for movie concessions. You know, people talk about the prices at the movie concession stand. Well, imagine
Things are so
if
expensive
you
now.
could get a $50 voucher to Exarban Cinema and ACX Cinema 12 for half the price. That's right.
Nice.
You can get a $50 voucher for only $25. And that's on all of the movie concessions. Not on
Popcorn?
the ticket price, just the movie concessions. And they got a great concession stand with the pizzas,
yeah.
the hot dogs, the nachos, the pretzels, ice cream, but the traditional candy, popcorn, soda, you name it, it's there. And listen all week with John and Josh on Unsportsmanlike Conduct
That's us.
all week for a chance to win $50 in movie. Does this mean
Oh, craps on the radio.
Well, let's do roulette next.
roulette. Okay, now roulette on the radio would be really, 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 really fun. We have to get one of the things though.
yeah, we don't.
We don't have one of the things.
There's
Didn't
probably
remember
a way to
game
do
night?
it
Remember when we
online.
brought all the people in and had that weird casino night gimmick?
I do remember
Let's contact
that.
our former boss who is now moving states again.
Again?
He's moving to Texas. Now.
Doesn't
You didn't
someone
see
have
this
a
or hear about
roulette
this?
No.
Well,
Oh.
don't we have the wheel of prizes? Remember that?
I
We could
do.
use that as a roulette wheel.
We could. I would love
Good.
this. Should we do roulette? Let's just keep going our way through all the casino games.
Oh, this is fun.
So be
Let's do
listening.
Baccarat.
Be listening
I
at
don't know the
some
rules.
point this week
Cribbage.
for another visit to 1620 the casino, and you could win $50 in movie concessions to Exarban Cinema and ACX Cinema 12. It's this week's Zone Deal. Goes on sale this Friday at 9 a.m. 1620thezone.com.
Badass. Patrick says I have one you can borrow. Patrick, if you're serious, we would love to do roulette on the radio.
This would be incredible.
This will actually
Patrick.
be the easiest one.
Yeah.
This will be the easiest one because you just say black, red, or I guess the person could do the gray spot.
And I don't have to bring in something that these guys will trash talk. Oh, these are dumb cards. Oh, these are dumb dice.
Well, Nick, maybe buy not
They
dumb cards,
got the
not dumb
job
dice.
done.
They did, but nobody could see them.
Everybody
Zach
gets
says
it.
Russian roulette on the radio. No, Zach, not
No.
Russian roulette.
No, we're not. No.
How would you even win in that situation?
Look at this. Jojo says murdered some backlot pizza last week. Thanks for the vouchers. Dude, that pizza is tasty.
Yes, that was. I mean, they're not lying when they say they're
really good pizza.
Omaha's best
Oh, yeah.
Detroit style pizza.
Ooh, Jordan says go fish on the radio. We could play
that
go
could be-
fish.
See, I was thinking we just do rock paper scissors on the radio, which is a very popular game at 1620 the casino.
Hey, listener, what do you have? Rock, paper, scissors. Not a bad idea, John. Not a bad idea.
What about
Well-
Uno on the radio?
Uno on the radio. What was the other one that was in the same vein of Uno? Skip-Bo.
Oh,
You ever play
Skip-Bo.
Skip-Bo?
Oh, we could do Farkle on the radio.
I
or
don't know.
Yahtzee.
I don't
What?
know. I know Yahtzee.
Did you just-
Yahtzee.
Did you need to
No,
hit the thing on yourself?
Farkle, John. Farkle.
Wow, that really sounds borderline inappropriate.
You sound borderline inappropriate, Blue Jay Bishop.
Ah. Nice, Nick. Stibbs writes, backlot pizza slaps.
It does.
Yeah, can I get one of these vouchers? Can I win one of these vouchers?
They
Can
should
I get a
call
voucher?
it Slap Lot.
No.
because
I want to
it
get a
slaps.
voucher.
No, you're not allowed to win
You
one of
can't.
the vouchers.
I want cheaper concession food. I love popcorn at movie theaters.
Sitting back, getting cozy, watching a movie on that giant screen.
Man, that sounds amazing, Nick.
I love that.
Seeing
screen.
Mickey 17 at the theater, that sounds lovely.
That does sound nice.
Mickey 17.
It's a new movie.
It's about a mouse.
No, it's not about a mouse.
Sounds like
It's
one
by
of
the
those.
director of.
Sounds like a
Parasite.
porno or something.
No, it's not. It's a movie, guys.
That's the clone one, right?
Looks good to me.
It's about a cloned mouse.
It's like Clone Wars, John. You remember Clone Wars?
I fought with
Oh,
your
man.
father in the Clone
Guys,
Wars.
and Michael's in the green room, so we're about to go to break so we can talk to him. I finished Andor this weekend. My God.
I hope Michael's camera angle is this one in the green room the whole time.
That would be very lovely. It'd be very lovely.
It's the Shane angle.
We'll find out.
Well, we'll get Michael's thoughts. We know he disagrees with us on the whole Tennessee kerfuffle, but
Oh, that's right.
there's a lot of other things too, man.
It's so disappointing.
There's a lot of other things too.
You think you know a guy.
You do. I do know a guy.
Yeah.
He knows a guy. He knows lots of
He knows lots of guys.
1620 the zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
What is this crap? You put this stupid graphic out here that's a lie.
Happy hour's on the air. I think the graphic looks good.
I think it looks good. No, but it's a lie.
You really
Just
captured.
because something looks good doesn't mean it is good.
You really captured the essence of Blue Jay Bishop.
I don't know what you're talking about. Well, let's see if this thing works.
I think it does. I see him nodding his head to the song.
He's nodding to the song.
He's smiling.
Get to
He's smiling. It's almost done. It's about to fade away. That was a great video that you made for us there,
That
John.
was a long time ago. Hey, kids, it's Michael. It's Michael Severe Mondays.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, it works. This is great.
Does.
Nice. All right.
It's great. Wow. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? It has finally happened. Well, it hasn't happened, but it's been proposed. We've been hearing about it for what, 4 years now? Oh, they're going to get rid of the tush push. They're going to get rid of the tush push. A team has finally submitted a rule change to the NFL Competition Committee to ban the tush push. Have either of you guys seen this?
I have.
Yeah,
Have you seen this,
I
Mike?
saw
Okay.
it. Yeah, I know what team it is too.
Green Bay Packers.
That's not who I think it is. It starts with a P, but it's not Packers. Yeah, it's definitely not that. It's a P. It starts with a P and it ends with an S and it involves women. But it's not. It's certainly not the Packers. Yeah, because I mean that's who would do this. That's who would appeal to this. It's somebody who's not good enough to do it themselves, so they complain about something. It's like 2025 America is what it is. You know, I can't have something, but you can't have something. It's disgusting. I'm moving to Denmark.
Wow, Michael's out on America because of the tush push maybe getting banned.
I mean, we forgot about Alaska. It's just Denmark.
Well, John, Alaska's still part of the United States.
Oh, that's true. But you don't. I mean, wherever you go, you wouldn't have to watch football anymore. Like if the Eagles had lost the Super Bowl and you would have given up on football, would you have left here? Or you just would have stopped watching football.
Uh-oh, Michael. Not
Yeah.
again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we hear you.
hey, you sound better now. Whatever you did to fix
Okay,
it, you
good.
sound way better now. Yeah, you
Okay,
sounded
because
like
you guys are very low. It's hard to hear you guys. So, but that's okay. I can listen closer. I can lean in.
We'll just be like Garrett Morris. Today in the news.
I love baseball. Yeah.
great reference.
Michael gets
Yes.
that. It was news for the hard of hearing.
Mm.
It was a Saturday Night Live bit from many, many years ago. I've been going down a weird rabbit hole. All I had to do was watch a couple of SNL shorts on YouTube, and now every YouTube thing in the algorithm is an SNL bit. So I'm going down weird rabbit holes.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
It was funny because so I had a Chris Farley one on. It was just like kind of a best of thing. And my son came down the stairs. He'd just gotten home from work. And normally, you know, they're not paying attention to what I watch unless it's a sporting event or whatever. And he stopped. Sam stopped and watched the whole thing and was just giggling. Like, it's amazing how Chris Farley, I mean, this is a guy who was, when did he die?
97, 98, somewhere
So he
there?
was dead before Sam was even born.
Oh, wow.
And how some types of humor just resonates with young people. And I think Chris Farley was one of them.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Farley was great. Wore John Belushi's clothes. Died at the same age as John Belushi. Just crazy to think about that no one could stop him from going down that hole that he was going down, no matter how hard they tried, even by bringing him on to have him try to host that one episode that was a complete disaster. Even doing that, there was nothing they could do. They just couldn't stop him. You know, I mean, my wife's a therapist, and I know that, she works with a lot of people that have a lot of issues. But I mean, the fact that no one could stop him from doing what everybody knew he was going to do is incredibly sad.
Yeah. No easy way to transition out of Chris Farley passing away, but I'm going to do my best right now.
Well, it's been 20 years.
It's been a long time.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Michael, I know that you disagree with John and I on the whole scheduling discussion. What most do you disagree with us on? And is there anything that when we talk about it, you do find yourself maybe nodding in agreement, saying, okay, they at least got that point right?
Well, I always have to say this. I'm a member of, I think it's the second or third least liked profession in the country. I'm a journalist. So I don't really come across as a fan as much as you guys do. I could never do what John does with Creighton and say us and we and all that stuff. I could never personally do that. That's fine. He can do it. I can't do it. And so I don't think of that as, oh, I'm going to be missing out as a fan. It would be glorious for someone who covers Nebraska football to see them make the college football playoff. And from what I can see from Michigan schedule last year or Indiana's schedule, which Josh made all kinds of excuses for and said, as long as you beat a team by a bunch of points, it doesn't matter what schedule you play, or Ohio State's schedule before that. All I know is that schedule, those schedules help them get in the college ball playoff, and hopefully does the same thing for Nebraska. So I don't care who Nebraska plays in the non-conference. You're going to get some decent games in the conference because you are in the Big Ten. But as long as it ends up with them going 10-2 and getting into the tournament, that's all that matters for me.
Aren't we putting the cart before the horse, though, worrying about this? Well, first off, it's 26 and 27.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And Matt Rule's already talking up this year as, hey, remember, my year threes are always pretty good.
Yeah.
And so if people are still kind of in the, well, we're just happy to make a bowl game conversation in 26 and 27, aren't there bigger issues at foot?
Well, you had people running around like myself who thought that Indiana could win 7 or 8 games, and some people thought, hey, cart, horse, whatever. And, they, with that really weak schedule, I've said this a couple times, the most important days now in your conference, like in the Big Ten, it's the Ohio State-Michigan game, of course, and it's the Big Ten championship. The other one is when that schedule's made and when it shows you where you're going to be playing and who you're going to play against and how many days rest you have. It's the most important thing. It builds champions, especially when you're talking about, or at least it builds teams that can play for a championship. And so I don't think you're putting the cart in front of it. If you don't believe that Nebraska can win 9 or 10 games, why are you whining about something in 26, 27? Because if they can't do it this year with this schedule, with the team they have, why are they going to ever do it, right? So why whine about not playing Tennessee? I'm like, beat who's on the schedule. That's fine. Beat them as badly as you can, and then get into the tournament. That's the only goal you should have at the beginning of every season now in 2025 going forward.
Michael, if the format changes and there's 4 auto bursts for the Big Ten Conference and there's maybe 1 wild card, but if Notre Dame is top 14, they get it. Like, does that change the math for you at all? No,
I don't think so. I mean, so this year, Nebraska's playing. Is it Ohio State and Oregon? Is that correct? I remember that correctly? Or is that next year?
It's Penn State.
So next year they play Ohio State and Oregon in 2026, right?
Yeah.
So they play 2 teams that give them an opportunity to have a resume wins, right? For example, Indiana last year only really had 1 team because Michigan was down when they played them. So that gives them 2 chances. If they could somehow split with that, it doesn't matter what their strength of schedule was in a non-conference. That's enough to put them in a position to where they're going to be this year, at least in 2025, a team where you say they should be able to be in that top 12. Going forward for the 14, I don't know how that changes it, but Nebraska should always be thinking about being, right up there in the top 4 of this conference. They spend as much as the top 5 teams, right? So why not? They should be in that situation.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, if the wild cards essentially are non-existent moving forward, and it's only about finishing in the top 4 in league play, then why are you trying to game the schedule in the
Well, I think the word you're missing is everything I understand. It's going to be a minimum. You'd be guaranteed a minimum of 4.
Well, so here's the math, because John and I have done the math. So it's 14 teams, right? 4 from the Big Ten.
Yeah, minimum of 4.
Yeah. I'm just talking about auto bursts. 4 from the Big Ten.
Auto bursts.
4 from the SEC. 2 from the Big 12. 2 from the ACC, a G5. So that's 13. If Notre Dame is a top 14 team, they're getting in, right? And so then there are 0.
I don't think the Big Ten and the SEC would ever agree to limiting themselves to just 4. I don't think they'll ever do that. I think they will say when they get in these conversations that the minimum we're going to get is 4. But if they have more that qualify for it, they're going to expect to get it. If it becomes by not allowing the rule when it comes out, whenever they move to 2026, not allowing it to be the way you're saying it, it's going to be a minimum of. I can't imagine. Think about this. So the SEC is going to make an agreement to where if they have 3 teams or 2 teams that are undefeated and 2 others that have 1 loss, and you have another team that is saying, "Oh well, we don't want our team's not going to get in." They have too much control. They're going to make the Big Ten and the SEC have too much control to let that happen.
Michael, but that's their idea. Their idea is the 4-4-2-2-1-1.
We don't exactly know what. So we have right now. All we have, everybody was reporting that the SEC and the Big Ten were putting together a schedule, and then Danny says that's not even something that's a part of the conversation. All the stuff that's reported, right? All that's reported is just reporting. Let's see what happens when stuff actually gets down on paper. When they actually put a rule together, let's see what ends up happening. I just don't think that they would allow themselves to do that.
So you don't believe that there's going to be automatic bids beyond like a conference championship?
I think there's a minimum for those conferences. I think everybody outside the Big Ten and the SEC is straight getting ready to get screwed. That's what I think is going to happen. Yes. I believe that in many ways.
So you think
that's going to lead to us breaking off. That's going to lead to those teams breaking off eventually and being their own conference.
So what's more likely then, in your opinion, Michael? Is it that the other leagues only get one auto berth, or that they expand to 16, so then the minimum of 4 for each could still be higher because there would be more spots available?
I'm not even sure because obviously this was based off of some things when they were having an argument on whether or not, Congress was going to get involved in everything else and who was getting limited and everything. I'm not even sure when we get to the future of this that those other 2 major conferences will even get guarantees. That's what I'm thinking. Eventually, I just think they have too much power and they're going to run it like they want to run it, and they're going to shut out who they want to shut out. That's what I think is going to end up happening. And you have to revolt.
I would. I mean, the cynic in me totally agrees with you, because I think these 2 leagues are hell bent on doing exactly that. I guess the logic circuit kicking on is telling me that there would probably be some kind of legal action taken against the SEC and the Big Ten, not only from the Big 12 and the ACC, but also the Group of 5. Because right now, the reason the Group of 5 isn't really banded together and tried to do any kind of antitrust lawsuit is because they've been guaranteed that one spot. They have been given their crust of bread at the kiddie table, and they've seemingly been satisfied with it.
I think also, and you got to remember too, that who's in office right now and how that's going to work and who are they going to look for? The big guy or the little guy? Who are they going to consider when stuff goes to there? Congress is in the thumb of the president. Judges eventually will be under the thumb of the president. I know the Supreme Court is. So with all that taken in, the big guy's going to win out in almost every situation in this country, at least for another amount of time that we have going to 4 years.
So, Michael, I just want to make sure I understand. You think when they announce whatever the next format is for 2026, you think that the SEC and the Big Ten are going to have their auto bids, but you think no one else will have anything auto?
No, I'm not saying maybe. I'm saying there's a possibility, but I don't believe that they're going to limit themselves to just having 8 out of 14 teams. I don't believe they're going to do that. I know the SEC is not going to want to do that.
Well, that'd be interesting because, I mean, that would, like you said, reporting is just reporting, but that would definitely go against anything that we have heard. That would mean a new idea is out there that we haven't heard about yet.
Yeah, I remember when we were reporting on how the 12 was going to be, and that changed multiple times until we ended up getting what we got. So I don't know. We'll see. I can't imagine. Again, you have powerful conferences who right now have everybody else by the junk, and you're telling me that they're going to give up some of that power? I just don't believe it.
I guess my argument would be having 4 auto bursts for each is 8 total. That is more power than they have right now in terms of like locked in spots. Right now, they don't have 8 locked in spots. They only have 2. So I would say that actually is using their power.
But that's also limiting possibly. Look at the teams that are in the SEC and think about the way in times if the SEC can get back to where it was. And you have Alabama and Georgia and you have Texas. And if Oklahoma gets rid of their coach and gets to the point and that's it, there's no other teams in the SEC that are going to get in a year where they're playing well. I don't know what's going to happen, Josh. I'm at a point now in my life where I'm very cynical about anybody else getting any kind of advantages other than the people who are in charge. And so they're in charge. I believe they're going to take advantage of everything they can possibly take advantage of.
I guess that's fair.
So the dog is like agreeing with me right now. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm sure. All of the I shouldn't say the excuse, but the reason given last week was about finances, and it wasn't about. It was not about, Michael, weakening a schedule or playing lesser good opponents. It was all about, hey, we need that extra home game. We need the finances. Do you
Right.
think that we're about to be shocked, or they're about to be shocked by the price that this new stadium complex is going to cost?
No, I don't think they're going to be shocked. I think they know. I think they knew. Going all the way back to Trev Alberts, he knew the number that they gave. They knew that wasn't going to be the number because they also had seen the gradual and now really going fast increase in steel prices and labor and everything. Right now, everything is. I just bought a 30 count of eggs, right? Because I always buy a 30 count of eggs. It was over $14. I was paying $9.90 for 60 last year this time. That's just eggs, right? We know steel with the tariffs that are going to be going on in different places, including Canada, how much that price is. They have to have it marketed in. No one in their right mind is going to say, this is the price of what we're going to spend on something that's going to take more than 3 years because they know everything is going up. I kind of believe that he wants to obviously earn as much as he can by having the extra home game, but I don't really believe the cash is that big of a deal. It's a big deal. I say that as someone who doesn't have it, but I certainly look at it and think there's a lot of other reasons. And the biggest reason is they think they can finagle their way into, at least in the way we're doing it now, in their way into getting a college ball playoff, which in the end, when they get in, nobody's going to care if it was Western Michigan and if it was Hawaii and it was Northern Iowa, whoever. They're not going to care about that, or UNLV or anybody. That's all teams that Michigan, Ohio State, and Indiana played.
Michael, I asked this question to Mitch Sherman earlier. I'll ask it of you.
Yeah.
If and when they make the announcement about the stadium and it is a much higher price than what it would have been under Trev, should we be asking if they made a mistake in not moving forward with that? Should they be constructing it right now at this very moment in time?
What's the record when they make that announcement? What's their record? That's all that matters. If they're winning games, people will turn a blind eye on the amount of the stadium. The situation that Trev was in, and he knew this, especially after he made the announcement. So I've told you this before. He had some guarantees in terms of what he thought he could get.
Yeah.
And then when he made the announcement and started to go out to those people again who had just paid for another project, he realized right then, I'm in trouble. Maybe I start looking for somewhere else to go. So tell me what the record's going to be. How are they playing? Are people excited about the program? Then I don't think the price is going to matter as much to the fans and the people who are going to be supporting it.
Well, and we anticipate that some kind of an announcement is going to happen
this summer
or by this summer. So, we won't know what the.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see when the ultimate thing, because I know one thing in terms of what's been happening with the regents. I know there's been a lot of debate on where this is going and what's going to cost and what you're actually going to do, because they're hearing from their constituents and people who say, hey, I don't want to lose my seat for this amount of time. What games am I going to miss? So let's see how quickly this all happens because of that. There's a lot of drama happening not in the LBC, but in the Lincoln.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly worth watching. Are you, I know you as, you're not as in tune with basketball as other sports, but are these
college basketball?
Yeah. College basketball, a little more, obviously more in the NBA.
Yeah. Auburn, money line tonight. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead.
What of these local basketball stories has been exciting to you?
Well, I think UNO only because of the trash can thing. I mean, it pops. I don't know why it pops up constantly on my feed on X. Like it'll happen, and then 3 or 4 days later, I'm still getting it, and it's fun to watch. So that story, I think, is really intriguing. I said this to somebody the other day. In November, on November 10th, the Jet Award Foundation is going to have a gala. And one of the things that drives fundraising and attendance and things like that is an excitement about sports going on. So if UNO and Nebraska and Creighton all make the tournament and Nebraska and Creighton go on runs, that's good for the business I'm in. So I'd love to see them all do that. Am I openly rooting for Creighton? No. But if they go on a run, it's good for us. And so I think the biggest story is kind of just the excitement of the reason why Trev and UNO made the decisions they made in 2010 and 2011 and stuff was to get in this position and get into the tournament and make that cash back by getting in the tournament. So hopefully it finally plays out and happens. I'd be very excited. Although anytime Nebraska has the opportunity to win a tournament game, I personally am on the edge of my seat, because it's still one of the most fascinating facts in all of sports that they've never won a tournament game, to me still.
And at
Still
least,
is.
Michael, at least you would get to go to bed and you would fall asleep because Tim Miles is not on the court for Nebraska coaching the team.
They lost a lead the other night. I was watching that cheering. I was so excited. I was like, yes, blow the lead. Blow the lead.
Is he
Yeah,
like the least favorite coach of all time?
Michael,
from
I
around
tweeted
here?
out, you need to have a nemesis now in your life to get you going, right? Based off of, Michael Jordan had lots of nemesis. He's one of my nemesises. I don't even know why. Just never liked homie.
Is it because he's just a happy white guy or what?
Well, he was kind of a clown, I thought.
He was.
For me, that's a big thing. Again, I think as much as you want to have fun, I'm a little more serious about that kind of thing, and I just never thought that he was as serious as he needed to be. That was just me for him. He used to drive me crazy.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you.
I'm more of a Mac guy. Give me somebody who's going to draw up inbound plays, play chess over the other guy playing checkers. Give me a guy who makes good decisions. Give me a guy who can recruit the local area and get guys in. Give me all of that over whatever that other guy was.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
So tonight, Michigan, right? 1-9 against the spread in their last 10, right? But they're 3-1 in games where the spread is less than 3, which of course it is tonight. It's only happened 4 times all season for them where they played in a game where the spread was less than 3, and they won 3 out of 4 of them. So
I assume Michigan State then didn't close at that, because what did we have it at when we did it in predictions? Was that 3.5?
I think so.
And of course, Michigan State won.
Yeah.
Yeah. So under. So 1-9 again in the last 10 against the spread. But that number, like they've had a 2.5. They've had a couple of 1s this year. They just don't have a lot of games that are lined like this. This is, again, it's only the 5th time they've had a game that's lined under 3, which is interesting to think about because I think Nebraska's had a few more of them.
Feels like it.
Everything tells you that you should bet Nebraska tonight based off the line move, where the money's coming and everything. I personally would not have the confidence to do that, but everything tells you that they should win this game tonight.
Oh, and you want to call me a jinx?
I mean, you are.
No, I'm not.
Well, you are. That whole 3-point thing you did a couple of weeks ago was amazing. Like immediately they came out and went like 7 of 8 from the 3. It was like the most incredible thing I've ever watched. I'm like, damn, this is John.
It was Washington lost, so Nebraska won, and Washington made a perfectly normal, acceptable amount of threes for the entirety of the game.
They made their first
just because they made them all in a cluster. It's like Georgetown yesterday. They made all of theirs in a cluster, and then after that, bupkis, nothing. And they lost. Just like Washington lost. Can't be a jinx if the team that you were rooting for won the game.
Okay.
Yeah, you can. You can still be a jinx.
No.
There's always a number that you got to cover too. So I mean, you can be a jinx.
They can cover, John.
You can be Sean Callahan walking up to me at halftime of Iowa, Nebraska, telling me, "Oh, look, 10-0. What's Iowa gonna do now?" You could be that guy.
Who did that?
Sean Callahan walked up to me at halftime because I had picked Iowa to beat Nebraska by 3 and said, "Oh, 10-0. Doesn't look like Iowa's doing much, huh?"
Oh my God.
Jinx.
You people call me a jinx. I'm not a jinx.
No, I mean, Sean on that day was a jinx. He was definitely.
Sean, handshake meme.
Insane. Absolutely insane. Hey, we do need to give a shout out. So I guess the folks at Sapp Brothers heard our conversation last week.
Yes.
Over Michael bringing in those wings. And apparently they're going to treat us here in a couple of weeks.
2 weeks.
They are. They're very excited. They were glad to hear that. Wrote to me and said they're glad we like them and they want to cater some for us. I told them 5 people in the studio is what I told them.
But there's only 3.
No, hey. First of all,
told them 5 people
Nick
in the studio.
Right, Nick will be here, John. Wow.
5 people. That's what I told them.
Perfect. Thank you, Michael.
Hey, you're very welcome. Are you guys gonna email me back? I email you. I want some advice from you guys, and I get what was that word you used earlier? Bupkis. I get bupkis or bupkis or whatever.
Oh, I have not. No, I haven't had a chance yet. But Michael's creating another of his controversial brackets.
It's not controversial.
I'm just glad that the person who nixed the last bracket is not in this bracket.
He's in prison.
No.
Well, no. That guy's not doing radio shows anymore.
No.
That guy's retired.
Michael, he would have been the lowest seed, regardless of what happened.
No, see, that's not true because when he did Nebraska basketball, He actually was a good guest. He was a good guest. He was, because he had so much history about the program and he wrote a lot of good stuff. He was a good guest. He was better than Brian Rosenthal.
That's what I was talking about.
I know.
Wait a minute. Who? Yeah, he's the one that's in prison.
Now I know who Michael.
That's who's in prison. I was about the other guy who I thought was very good at covering basketball.
I think that guy was good at covering.
I
them.
did too.
Yeah,
I did too.
Michael,
I always enjoyed my conversations. He just didn't like Michael's bracket.
Michael, I had two criticisms.
Or me.
What? I had two criticisms for you. I don't think Damon's a guest anymore. I think Damon's a host. I don't think he's a guest anymore.
But he does. That's what I looked up. So what I did was I went to everybody's Twitter page or X page, and I went through, and he's still on 2 or 3 different shows. I didn't even realize that, including in Lincoln. That's why I picked him. But I get what you're saying. I had to go look and make sure how many shows he did.
And then I'd say Schaefer too low.
Well, that's funny because I had him as a 1 seed. I did. I had Schaefer as a 1 seed. And then I talked to about 4 or 5 different people who are just fans, who are radio listeners. And the 4 they gave me were the 4 I put in 1 seeds. But I will take everyone's criticism and we will figure it out.
All right.
I appreciate all the input I can have.
I'll respond.
I appreciate that.
I haven't had a
I
chance.
sent it to you. I sent it to Gary. I sent it to Nicholas.
Yeah, even Nick got one.
Nick got one. I mean, no, he books guests.
And these responses, Michael, these are what's the word in therapy? Where it's you're not going to tell anybody what I say. You know, if
I would never. In confidence, you mean?
Yes. Okay.
Yes, your opinion is in confidence. I would not tell anybody what you said about that.
A couple seeds a little too high for.
Yeah, there's a few people I have in there because I don't want their feelings to be hurt, but they also do a bunch of shows. So that kind of bounces them up. Like I said, quality, but also quantity. So if you're on like 5 different shows, even if I don't think you bring a lot of quality, quantity.
Okay.
Could we argue that John should be on the list?
Is John a guest?
He's a guest.
How many times are you a guest, Bish?
Well, I'm not that. I mean, I've done Doug's show out in Hastings, Kearney, Grand Island.
Oh, I'm trying to limit it to Lincoln and Omaha. See, that's a little bit tougher for me because like Doug doesn't even have a website, doesn't even do like a page, put his stuff up.
Yeah. No.
Jack's that's a news show, Nick. That's not a sports show. These are sports guests.
Yeah.
And I put Jack on there because he
would only be 1.
Jack's still mad at me because of the last time.
Yeah.
And he's on your show, and then I heard him on another show too. So that's why I put Jack in there.
Is he 2-timing us? That son of a
Jack's
bitch.
on. Yeah, Jack's a 6 seed. I think Jack's too low.
You think he's too low? He's only doing 2 shows. That it?
But if you're talking about quantity,
Yeah, he definitely doesn't do as many.
then I agree with Michael.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you give me your opinions. I'll move them around. I'll get it put out early March, for March Madness. We'll see how it goes.
Perfect. Looking forward to it.
There is one person who just DM'd me about a totally different subject.
Another person in prison?
No. Well, I don't know if he's in prison. Probably not. Who is not on this list.
Really? Well, that's good. Because what's funny? And you guys know Mike Sauter and I are friends, right? I mean, we're friendly. Yeah. We text. We talk. I've been to his house. I forgot him on the first list. I had to go back and add him in. I just forgot. I'm old.
There's another guy that's not on this list whose initials are KK.
Well, so again, I checked. He doesn't do a lot of shows anymore. Does he?
He comes on our show during probably once a month during football season.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So he's kind of a regular?
Yeah, kind of. We as an open for it when we have him on. We should have him on to talk hoops.
And you, how quickly you've forgotten, Michael, he is 1620 The Zone's national correspondent.
I know that kind of died when they didn't want to pay him any money to be the national correspondent. But I also don't need KK to be having any kind of problems like he had in that first bracket when a young Ken Pavelka said some inappropriate things and caused me problems by going after Kevin. I don't need that to happen again. I'm trying to watch out for myself too at the same time. That was a bad situation.
Yeah, I agree.
Michael, like the last time, I cannot wait to see which of the guests take this so seriously and are retweeting and are getting their armies to rise up. And then the other ones like me who would just stay away. And
I don't even know if can we establish what the bracket is about?
I guess, Michael hasn't said.
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't put it on there. I thought I put it in there.
You did, but we haven't told the people.
Oh, right. No, yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
This is Michael has concocted a bracket of sports talk radio guests.
Yes.
So all of our guests, all of the other shows guests, people who do guest hits on all of these, sports talk shows in the market.
Yeah.
He has done.
I've been building this list for a while, and finally I had a little time this weekend. I said, well, I'll just put together the brackets, and I said, well, let me get some help because I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody, and I probably have some people misseated, so I need the committee to help.
Good point.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll take a look at it when I get home tonight.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate you, John, because you are one of the true veterans. You're an OG now. Old veteran, whatever.
Man, am I old?
You're not elderly yet, though.
Close.
Getting close. Like I told the guys earlier, I think I'm going to have to cut out the red sauce at Chipotle because I think it gave me the bad tum-tums.
Oh, really? The boiler was messed up.
Yeah, it was messed up a little bit. It's a good hot sauce for a fast food restaurant. It's hot. It's spicy.
Hey, by the way, was that place you were talking about earlier with the destroyed style? Is that a sponsor or anything? Oh, okay. So I won't say it. Well, you said they're the best, and I have another preference for that type of pizza, so I was just checking.
Thank you for asking.
I want to make sure first.
Thank you.
Just want to make sure.
That's good that you're checking out. That's good.
What a guy.
All right.
Hey, I'm the same guy that would refuse to say that Pepper Jack's was the best cheesesteak,
I remember.
Wouldn't say it. Cost me a sponsorship.
Yeah, that endorsement's gone.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of sad.
I should leave on this because I meant to bring this up at the top, but there was a story today out of Texas where there were this was on Valentine's Day.
Okay.
Where there was a measles outbreak.
Yeah,
in
I saw that.
And the tweet was people who are at Texas State University from approximately 3 to 7 p.m. and the Twin Peaks restaurant from 6 to 10 p.m. on February 14th may be at the risk of developing measles due to exposure. And I'm just thinking about that poor guy. That poor, lonely guy who has no love, no Valentine, and he's just going to, you know what? I'm just going to go to the Peaks. And he ends up with a case of the measles. I mean, you talk about Valentine's Day just coming back to kick you in the butt.
A case of the measles in 2020.
And having measles as a kid is different than having measles as an adult. Adult measles can kill you.
Yes.
It can kill you. So, well, that's a lesson for us all, right? Make sure that you are vaccinated. I got 2 vaccines today when I went to the doctor's appointment. So I got a COVID and influenza. I refuse the shingles though. I'm not. I don't believe I'm old enough for shingles, but I'm not getting the shingles yet, or the pneumococcal pneumonia one either. I'm not getting that yet either.
Michael.
Yeah.
I had shingles when I was 24.
Oh, I understand, but you are an old soul. I am a young soul.
Oh, okay.
Definitely.
So, yeah. I also don't really get sick very often. My wife ran around here with pneumonia for like 2 weeks. Got our oldest sick, but not me. I've been good. I'm good.
Be careful.
I stay healthy.
You don't want to give the jinx. You don't want to jinx yourself.
The John jinx.
Yeah, this is the best way to do it though. If it's a reverse jinx by being overconfident about it. The reverse jinx. If John would just come out and say the reverse jinx stuff, it would help Nebraska. But he's not because he is Creighton John.
It's not true.
Yep, there it is. Jinx of the day.
That's why we call him Blue Jay Bishop, Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. My fault. Blue Jay Bishop.
Alliteration.
I know. Very good. That's a very good job by you.
Michigan's going to win by 45 tonight.
There we go.
At Nebraska?
Of course.
Good reverse jinx, John. Good job. That's how you do it.
Win the listeners back over.
Because guess what? It'll be 54 instead of 45. Michael Severe Mondays. Thanks, Michael.
Bye, Michael.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
Michael Severe joining us.
So the audio a little bit better today.
Yep.
Next week, maybe.
Next
all
week.
The way.
Next week, we just figure out the headphones.
I have a microphone, a bonus microphone at my house. I might offer him this microphone. So when he is at home, he can talk into the mic. Because I think he's at home. It sounded like he was at home.
Well, yeah, the dog's there.
Yeah, that's right. The dog was there. I'm going to offer Michael this extra mic that I have.
You could use earbuds with the...
I think that's what he was doing. I just don't think...
No, I didn't see any cords.
It didn't. So did you notice he took the earbuds out and then his sound got better?
Yeah.
I think there's some audio stuff within the computer that need to be.
I'm gonna hook him up with a bonus microphone that I have.
Wow.
Must be nice, Mr. Rich Boy. Got a bonus microphone. I
Some,
don't have a bonus
some of
microphone.
us in here could probably use a bonus microphone.
For what, Nick? What are you going to use your microphone at home for?
I do things.
Like what?
I make stuff.
You don't anymore. You canceled Formula Fridays.
Maybe I have other things in the oven.
No. Michael is a regular guest on the show now. We need his audio to sound pristine.
He is.
Pristine.
Michael did forget himself on his bracket.
Yeah. Michael would be a great guest. Oh, he just said I should just come in studio. That sounds good.
Well,
too.
but
then I can give Nick the bonus microphone.
but he might be in the middle of like cooking something. You know, he's the head chef there at Casa de
If he wants to
Severe.
come in studio, we'd love to
of
have
course.
him. Yeah, of
but-
course.
but-
How about Michael cooks what he's making for dinner
What's
that night
for dinner?
in studio?
Oh, that's
And then
great.
we could have like a cooking segment like other
I
shows
freaking
have.
got yelled at for frying brats in here.
He's not
What do you
here
think-
anymore, John.
You think
Our old
Michael's
boss
gonna?
can't hurt you anymore, John. He's long gone.
I
That guy
think
left. He's in
Odds,
Texas now.
I think
again.
Odson and I are both okay with this.
There you go.
I will speak for Odson,
Mm.
who doesn't like brats.
That means we need a sink in here. You're going to be comfortable with a sink outside of the bathroom, Josh?
I would love
Put
a sink.
right there. What
Mm.
else is that space being used for? It's just a random big shelf.
Orlando, Florida calling me. What in the world? All right.
Back in a minute. 1620 The Zone.
look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
You know, Josh, maybe sometimes people don't want to just talk with you about TV shows. You ever think about that?
Nick wants to talk with me about everything he ever thinks. So no, John, I have not ever thought of that.
Well, but that's a Nick thing. I'm talking about, do you think people just don't want to talk to you about your TV shows?
Well, Nick has a Star Wars tattoo. I just figured he'd want to talk about Andor. I figured.
I mean, people get tattoos of everything, and then they immediately regret it. Like, Chiefs win the Super Bowl 3 years in a row.
Well, that'd be stupid.
Or the Patriots finish undefeated. I mean, people have done weird, dumb things.
I don't regret this tattoo. This tattoo kicks ass.
It kicks ass, John.
It's a great tattoo.
But I can't talk about Andor with him because he doesn't watch it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's great.
It is. Nick?
Are you guys done bickering?
Yes.
I wasn't bickering. I was just making a casual conversation.
Okay, Blue Jay Bishop. Troy Dannon told Husker Online that Nebraska will be playing with a roughly 20% reduced capacity in their stadium in 2027. How soon before the announcement comes down on what exactly is happening?
I think it'll happen before the summer. I would predict, if you use the College World Series, which is a benchmark date on everyone's calendar, it'll be before the CWS.
I love radio topics in the summer.
I wouldn't be surprised if it happened in April or May.
Yeah, I think that's a solid timeline, somewhere between then and July. I think it'll happen before the 4th. I mean, I guess unless they wanted to wait and kind of use that as like this kickoff to the season with training camp and whatnot. We're definitely going to learn what it is this year. I'm ultra curious. And Michael said, what's the win-loss record? Well, there won't be a win-loss record because it will be in the offseason when they're going to make this announcement.
Yeah.
How
I mean,
will
they've said it's going to happen in,
Yeah.
sometime in the first or second quarter of the year. Well, we're nearing the end. Got another month to go in the first quarter of this year. But yeah, I would say April or May.
Yeah. Very interested to see what people say when it is announced.
Nebraska has a massive home game tonight against Michigan, and they're favored. You got any more takes about what's going to happen, John or Josh?
So the line has actually moved. Michigan is now a favorite. Nebraska opened up at -1.5. Michigan is now -1.5, so it's moved 3 points. Look, I feel like I've been really bad at reading Nebraska all year. I think they're going to lose, and I think that there's a chance it could get kind of ugly. So I guess that means congrats to Nebraska on the win. I just don't trust them. They are so inconsistent. Maybe that's why I should believe in them tonight, because the last 2 games have given no reason to buy in. But I'm hard-pressed, man. I'm hard-pressed to buy into them tonight, so I'm going to go with the
I'm not allowed to say anything about this team because I'll be accused of causing mass tumult and chaos. So
pick a side, John. Who's going to win?
I guess we're never talking Nebraska basketball on this show ever again. What is with that look?
What? Well, look, thankfully
He's smiling.
We're on the radio
He's
right now. Our
smiling.
listeners couldn't see how I reacted. Nick, next question.
I want to keep seeing this.
What was
fun.
that?
You're just flopping around like a Muppet.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The Athletic's Scott Docterman predicts that the November game at UCLA will be on a Friday night as part of Fox's Friday Night Football series. Do you think Nebraska will play another Friday night game in 2025?
This is actually a really interesting prediction and probably the most plausible one. I mean, the West Coast teams seem to be prime candidates for these evening games, and especially when you get late in the season and you get to the month of November when instantly the Great Wall goes up around Michigan and Ohio State, and they don't allow people to leave their homes because of how dangerous it is once the sun goes down after November the 1st. And they shan't play any night games for fear that people will freeze to death or run each other over off the streets on those notoriously slick Michigan and Ohio roads.
Yeah.
So the West Coast teams are going to see a lot of this action because the weather's going to be decent. And they're part of the Big Ten Conference. This actually makes a lot of sense as being the Friday game. I would be stunned if Nebraska hosted another Friday game this year. But I do think it's going to be in the cards maybe every other year as part of this contract. But yes, I think this is a good prediction from Scott. I think this UCLA game should be one we have tentatively circled as a mover to Friday.
So I agree with you that it will not be a home game, so you can kick all those off the discussion. They will certainly not have the Penn State game on a Friday night because they have those. I always forget what it's called. It's not permission, but it's the rule that they can say no. Nebraska will not play at Penn State on a Friday.
The tolerance.
Tolerance. Thank you. So that leaves 3 games: UCLA in November, Minnesota in October, Maryland in October. I think I'm between Maryland and UCLA. I think he makes a really good point for it being UCLA. Those West Coast teams get a lot of these, and especially later in the year, you start thinking about the warmer weather there versus the colder weather here. That seems like a good pick. I think it's going to be Maryland or UCLA. If it's UCLA, by the way, get ready for a later kick, like 8 o'clock maybe. Because they kick off some of those West Coast ones at 6 o'clock Pacific time. Because if it's any earlier, then you're talking about 5 o'clock on the West Coast. I think all the ones on the West Coast last year were 8 o'clock Central or later.
I think you're right on
remember
that.
that UCLA-Iowa game that kicked off late and it ended late. So just something to be prepared for.
That's a good point.
For those like John Bishop who will host Bigger Overreaction that night.
Nice.
Well, you already agreed you're doing them all because it's going to be text only
You're
this
thinking
year.
of Matt McMaster. Matt's doing them all.
The McMaster chunk.
Yep, which is all of them.
Peter Schrager
Nailed it.
of NFL Network says Matthew Stafford wants a $50 million contract as the dance between the Rams and Stafford's people continues. Over the weekend, the Rams gave Stafford permission to seek trade partners. Predict what will happen?
So I mentioned this at the outset of the show. I was listening to Mina Kimes over the weekend. She had Kevin Clark of ESPN.com, ESPN in general, on her pod last week. And his thought was, what if the Giants straight up traded their draft pick, which is 3rd overall, right, to the Rams for Stafford? Straight up 3rd overall pick for Stafford. Because he would go to the Giants, they would get what they want, which is kind of like this bridge quarterback who still plays at a high level, but is getting a little longer in the tooth. And the Rams would pick up a draft pick that would allow them to, in theory, pick a Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward type player. I thought that was a really interesting idea. That said, I don't think it's going to be that. I think he'll get traded to a contending-ish type team, like a team that needs him to kind of take that next step. So that's not the Giants.
Yeah, the Giants suggestion, that would be just incompetence by the Giants to give up a 3rd overall pick straight up.
Yeah, to get a quarterback for 3
because
years.
the Giants aren't just a quarterback away. They are a quarterback and then some away from being in position to contend. And remember, you're only going to get a couple of years of Stafford, maybe, because he is getting closer to retirement. I think the allowing him permission to seek a trade is actually the Rams' way of saying, okay, go out and see what your value is out there. And then what their hopes are is that it makes Stafford realize that his value isn't as great, and thus the Rams can not have to pay him nearly as much. So I think it's part of the negotiation tactics in all this. At the end of the day, I think the Rams are going to end up keeping Stafford because they're not in position to go out and draft another quarterback right now because they're not drafting high enough. They would have to make some other moves. I would love to crawl into Les Snead's head and Sean McVay's head as far as what are your long-term plans at quarterback?
Definitely.
Because if you continue to play well enough where you're not drafting high and there's not necessarily a whole lot of free agents coming online of that caliber, I'd love to know what their thought process is.
Amazing Daniels. Incompetence by the Giants, really a good argument for it not happening. Excellent point. They are idiots.
Yeah, but come on. The Giants are not going to trade a 3rd overall pick for a 37-year-old quarterback.
Aaron points out Rams got Aaron Rodgers as old quarterback coach too. Oh, Aaron Rodgers to the Rams.
No, they're not going to get Aaron Rodgers.
Ram Rodgers.
Nice, Nick.
The quarter-century movement to establish year-round men's collegiate soccer has gained new momentum in the past year, according to Sportico, with the U.S. Soccer Federation having discussed with the Big Ten and ACC ways to launch a pilot program. Is this a good idea, and how would it fit into all the changes happening within college sports?
Creighton was not involved, by the way, in the list of teams that Sportico put out in this story.
Yeah.
because like I opened it thinking, oh, this could be interesting. Maybe it's a more regionalized version of the sport. You know, it allows for programs that really care about soccer to do well or whatever. How would it fit? I don't know. I don't think very well. I don't think it's a good idea. I understand why they want to do year-round soccer because that fits in with the model of how soccer is right now.
Yeah.
Where it goes over the
But that
seasons.
requires these programs to invest that extra money.
Bingo.
And everyone's crying poor right now. So are they going to do it in a sport that, is not well, first of all, for some of these programs, it's creating it out of thin air.
Yeah.
You do have established programs who are pretty good at the sport, but, they're not the big enough brands to maybe draw the eyeballs.
And do they really want to do like year-round, like winter soccer in states like ours, like Creighton playing in, negative whatever degree weather? Like they don't want to do that with football. Why would they want to do that with soccer? No, bad idea.
Quite the piece of audio made its way around the internet on Saturday when Buffalo Sabres color commentator Rob Ray was hit with a puck and dropped one of the best F words you'll ever hear on television. We're not allowed to play the clip for obvious reasons, but would you guys like to explain this curse word for those that haven't heard it? A little theater of the mind.
It is the cleanest F-bomb that I've ever heard on a broadcast. Because it, instead of coming from the crowd or a player on the field or the court, it's his microphone. And it is just, he hits it. There's an exclamation at the end of it. There's no other sound happening at the same time beyond just the regular murmurs of an arena. It's perfect. It is so funny. Thankfully, he's okay. It is so
I'm surprised
funny.
you didn't get busted open.
The way,
To get whacked by a puck like that. That's one of the cool things about hockey is how, I think it's most broadcasts now, the color analyst is down on the ice in between the benches. So they get an entirely different view of the game while they're doing a game with the play-by-play guy who's up in the, press box somewhere. It's kind of a unique advantage that, hockey broadcasts have over some other sports. As far as theater of the mind, imagine let's say a similar thing happened to Josh at a women's basketball game. Where a basketball came screaming in at 100 miles an hour and hit him in the head.
Oh, ouch.
And he said some kind of explicative. It probably would have been, because remember, when Josh has enchiladas
stay tuned. What's for dinner coming
at
up
home, we all know what that really is, because he gets very excited about the enchiladas. So if this would have happened to Josh, he would probably scream something like, enchiladas!
Wow. I don't understand any of these references, you freaks. You too, Nick.
My favorite part about that.
When's the last time you've had enchiladas?
You talking about enchiladas or are you talking about enchiladas?
I'm talking about enchiladas.
Remember the last time I had enchiladas? I can tell you about the last time I had enchiladas. Nick?
My favorite part
Bonk.
about bonk.
You started it.
It's such a real reaction too.
Oh, it is.
Who the hell wouldn't say that if they got drilled in the face with a hockey puck?
Oh, I would have said more than just one.
I know, that's the thing. He only says
It would
one
have been
word.
a stream of.
Like, with the way the audio is too, you can tell he tried not to say it into the mic because it's a little far
Well, I
out.
think maybe part of that was that the headset got kind of knocked askew as he got hit by that puck.
Ouch.
I appreciate the realness of it.
I would.
That's all.
If that were me, I'd be wearing a helmet down there.
Oh, seriously.
It probably will now. Remember this controversy, fellas.
Uh-oh.
Will the Trump White House invite championship teams to the crib?
Oh, God.
Will teams accept? Will Trump disinvite because too many people on said team spoke out? Guess what? The Eagles have reportedly snubbed President T's invite, but I've also seen reports that it was the other way around. Is this 2018 all over again?
Well, the reports that it was the other way around are not true. Adam Schefter tweeted out within the last hour, Eagle sources say the team is planning on visiting the White House this offseason and look forward to receiving its invitation. I hate myself, so I read they call them TikToks.
Oh, the For You tab. Good for you,
No,
Josh.
it's not TikTok like the app. It's an old journalism term. I read a TikTok of like how this controversy came to be. And I think it was Jeffrey Lurie was asked a question, probably for someone looking to make a controversy out of it. And it was like, hey, are you going to go to the White House? And his response was like, I'm just focused on winning the game. And that's how it kind of kicked everything off. But it seems like there is nothing really here and people just want to be mad on the internet.
I've never understood. I get, everyone's got their deal about politics and, you can't cross streams. Man, if I won a championship and I got invited to the White House, I wouldn't care who was president.
Yeah.
I would want to go.
You want that Big Mac.
Well,
John loves
sure.
Big Macs.
I like
Big Mac.
Chicken McNuggets.
I don't normally eat Big Macs, but if it was made available for free, yeah,
I had one of those
absolutely.
in years.
I would want to go, man. It's a cool deal. It's cool to go to the White House and you be honored, and it extends the celebration.
You can see that framed picture of his mugshot that he absolutely has hanging up. I've seen it.
Yeah, you know what I won't be watching? The Eagles going to the White House to celebrate the Super Bowl. That's what I will not be watching.
Is it because the Eagles won the Super Bowl?
Yes. I saw a picture associated with the story, and it was like I haven't even watched them lift the trophy, but it had a picture of them lifting the trophy, and I was like, oh man, I was watching Andor during that, and I was very depressed.
Was it sad, depressed enchiladas?
John, there was no enchiladas.
Oh, okay.
I was watching Andor.
While having enchiladas?
No, John, I was not.
You really should focus more on the enchiladas while you're eating them.
You're so weird, Nick. I'm going to start asking you about your sex life.
We're not talking about
John
sex.
made a necking joke one time with you, and you lost your mind.
No, I got mad at tonsil hockey because I misunderstood what.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, Nick thought you were talking about him. I don't know where his mind went. Nick, would you like to explain?
Not on the air.
All right.
The University of Nebraska is eliminating its Russian language program. Coincidental timing given the recent Russian takeover of the Creighton online burner community, isn't it?
Fascinating. Did you see any of the shirts in the stands yesterday? I saw that Karen McGee is selling these things and sold a lot of them, and that people were wearing them at the game.
Well, I sit on the opposite end from the student section, so...
Oh, I thought it was just regular fans were buying them too, though. Maybe it was students.
I know this for a fact. The dude who was yelling at the officials yesterday when they were reviewing the foul on Villanova for pulling Jason Green down by his jersey was definitely not wearing one of these shirts because he was so busy yelling. That was one of the... I've been a little disappointed that the interactions on my new side of the floor there haven't been as many good stories out of it outside of, just Mac generally being in the way.
Yeah. Mac.
But
Big Mac.
Big Mac, yes. But so yesterday there was the flagrant it was eventually called a flagrant foul, but trying to remember who it was from Georgetown, but pulled
Ewing.
Jason Green
Who called that foul?
by the back of the jersey to the ground. And they went to the monitor to review. It was during a commercial break. So I'm sitting there, I got my headphones on, and of course the replay monitor is just to my left.
Evan Burrows, you suck!
And, I'm just sitting there, waiting for the commercial break to get over, and I'm watching the officials, and all of a sudden this booming voice comes from behind me. And he's just yelling at the top of his lungs, just crucifying the officials. And Mike Roberts, who was one of the three officials, is standing at the monitor with Evan Burrows. Yes, that Evan Burrows. And he's exchanging words with this guy, and he's saying, my man, we're looking at it. We're looking at it. Because he was wanting, the fan was wanting it to be a flagrant foul. And he's like, we're looking at it. And the guy just is continuing to yell at him. And Mike Roberts, I give him credit. He did a good job of diffusing the situation because usually it can deteriorate into just a shouting match. And Mike Roberts is looking over at him and said, my brother, I still love you. I still love you. You're my brother. I still love you.
Who said that?
That was the ref. The ref was just, he was de-escalating the situation by just saying, I still love you, man.
Everybody should be told that they're loved.
It was so funny. And the guy eventually piped down, and then they eventually, they got the call right.
And then Creighton won.
And Creighton won the game.
So John Bishop now likes Evan Burrows.
By the way,
No, this was Mike Roberts. Evan Burrows was standing next
Evan
to him,
Burrows,
but this
you
was
suck.
more Mike. This is Mike Roberts.
Also, I want to give another shout out to Peacock. I love how clear it looks. It looks so good. I love watching basketball games on it. I'm so pumped that the one on Wednesday is also on Peacock.
Wow. No compliment
and
for
I love
Nick
listening. No, he was on the broadcast.
Yeah, but you were complimenting Peacock for how good it looked. You didn't say anything about how good it sounded.
Also, I kept thinking it was Bob Wischusen that he was calling the game with. That guy sounds like Wischusen. I was like, why is Bob Wischusen on Peacock?
That sounds like one of your band names or an album name.
Wischusen on
this
Peacock?
sounds like Wischusen.
That's why we call you Peacock Peterson.
I love Peacock, man. It's a great streaming app, and the HD is nice. And Nick is fist pumping about the stupid.
I'm not
baseball
fist
game.
pumping. I'm scared. Stanford's undefeated streak is now threatened.
Oh wow!
It's the top of the 8th, and
The
Washington.
Commodore
Finish it in
64
3
graphics
runs.
now reads
So
Stanford
bad.
5, Washington 3.
So bad.
So bad.
I don't even think we answered the question about the Russian language. It's too late now.
Yep. All right. Time for dinner.
1620 the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I see where your wife joined the YouTube conversation and said that she wants to be removed from the conversation. Does this mean you're not going to get enchiladas anymore?
John, I think that she might come here and kill you if you keep making this joke. I don't think she's liking this joke right now, John.
No more beef or chicken?
I think
enchiladas anymore?
I'm serious.
Or
no more
I think
Mexican
chicken
food for
ranch.
you?
I think she might come here and stab both of you.
There's
I am removing myself from this conversation. I'm not trying to get in trouble.
That's too bad. I know how much you enjoyed those enchiladas. Which ones did you like better, the beef or the chicken?
I'm not saying a damn word.
Did they have the red sauce, the green sauce?
It's really rude to talk about your wife's cooking like this. I'm never going to eat your cooking again, wife. But publicly, why wouldn't you?
I mean, I heard they were really good.
I'm not joking anymore, guys. I'm serious. I think she might punch you next time she sees you.
Well, she's an Eagles fan. She's probably prone to violence. It's in their nature.
Well, there was that Eagles fan that said the C word a lot.
Is she going to show up here with a
Which
sock full of
one?
batteries?
You know what, Nick? She might. You dare her. Dare her on the radio.
No.
Say what you want to say.
No.
Well, we
Guess
know.
who's not getting that microphone now? Nick Grimm.
Well, we know Josh is not going to have enchiladas tonight. So what are you having for dinner?
We're having chorizo breakfast burritos.
Nice.
What? I mean, a burrito and chorizo, that sounds very close to. Because as you know, all Mexican food are the same basic 5 ingredients, just in a different package.
That's true.
Oh, it's 5 now? You always used to say 4. What's the 5th one?
Well, let's see. There's a protein.
Well, I figured he would have dropped one because the
there's
salsa got
tortilla,
his big game feelings in his tum
the
tum.
salsa. What else am I missing?
I mean, you had most of them: protein, cheese, tortilla,
Olives.
salsa,
Olives.
some sort of a veggie, corn. That's a grain.
A veggie.
Yeah. Nick,
Last night we had Sloppy Joes, and they were very good. Tonight, chicken thighs and potatoes.
oh, speaking of chicken
That
thighs,
sounds so depressing.
Michael
What do you
Severe.
mean? It's delicious.
Michael Severe says, "What's for dinner? Chicken thighs and mushroom cream sauce."
See, at least he's doing something unique with his. Yours is just plain old
I mean, he probably
boring ass chicken
he
thigh.
probably seasoned
They're
them.
seasoned chicken thighs, and they're seasoned potatoes. My girlfriend is an excellent cook.
Well,
Gonna make some joke about his girlfriend?
No, you should elaborate. You should say, yeah, and it's like his is in a nice mushroom cream sauce. What are your
I don't know
thighs
what
in?
she's going to season.
What
them
do you
with.
have your
She likes
thighs
to
in,
switch-
Nick?
She likes to switch it up. I don't know.
She likes to switch it up with your thighs.
Oh no!
Look at what you just did, Nick.
I earned it, I guess.
Definitely did. Now we know John's not doing any of these things because he's been married for 30 years, so we
Yeah.
don't even have to make these jokes with him. What are you having for dinner?
I don't know.
Uh huh.
I really don't know. I mean, I don't know.
And that's what's for dinner.
What a great segment! That was
It's a
John's
gr-
idea.
it's
Wasn't that a great segment?
It's a great.
That was a
segment.
good segment.
I get very hungry. I'm hungry right now.
You should be.
I'm a
I
hungry
can't wait to
boy.
go home and eat and pack.
I still think Mondays with Michael should
Still
turn
got
into
that.
like a.
We're moving on
that's,
Saturday.
That's
We're
right.
moving
You're moving.
Saturday.
I keep forgetting you're moving.
Moving in 5 days.
Yeah, I have a 10K on Saturday.
Look at Nick. He's running a 10K.
I'm running.
Wow.
Well, he didn't say he was running in it. He just might be on a golf cart tracing everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.